Check one, check two. Hello, hello. Check one, check two. Hello, hello. Good morning. I don't want to be too loud. It's really early, and I don't want to wake anyone up. Oh, that's delicious. Oh my goodness. All right. Good morning. Hello. I am happy to be here. It is currently 5:22 in the morn. Submit a few things here for the masses. Remove that. Send all of this. This combo, by the way, feels fantastic right now. That said, I don't, because I did a little bit of research over the past 48 hours, I don't think this is where I'm going to land whenever I want to start like solo raiding and stuff. I think I'm gonna swap out the monk for a bard. I don't think there's any getting around it, man. I don't think I can get around it, even though I want to, you know. No, about to sneeze. Uh-oh. 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 Pulled two. Uh-oh. Oh, snap. All right, here we go. Here we go. It's go time. It's go time. You know what I need to do? I need to get a daggum charm song in here. All right, we've got dots rolling on the elemental harvest. Oh crap, he's a He's a cleric. Just saw that. What? Oh, look at that. We got a fourth. We have a fourth. We have a fourth. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Can we... I've used Mend. I've used Lay on Hands. This level 41 wizard is taking some damage, thankfully. Gum, he's nuking me. Holy moly. I missed Berserker Stance. Okay, it's two warriors. I've got Spellblade. I have not dropped into defensive stance or defense stance or evasive stance, but my I just used Mend and a Spellblade proc there. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I think my Spellblade's working overtime right now. We're good. We're good. Lay on Hands is already... Dude, Lay on Hands is coming off cooldown so fast, even without Berserker Stance. That is insane. Look at that. Wow. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. What a way to start the stream. Talk about exciting. Holy moly. Oh my god. Incredible. Lay on Hands is a minute and a half from coming off cooldown, but it'll be faster than that, which is crazy. Now I can drop into Inversion here and throw out a heal, which I may want to in all seriousness. Dude, I know, wait, look, Lay on Hands. It's coming off cooldown. Oh my god. Dude, that's crazy. I didn't have to feign. I didn't have to charm. Didn't have to mez. Didn't have to run. Just brute forced my way through combat, and there it is, Lay on Hands. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and use it. Why not, right? No reason not to. Fantastic. Fantastic. We've got 6 AAs. Did I get... I think I got... Yeah. Oh no, I'm working towards Singing Mastery right now. That's right. Okay. Fantastic. Classified EverQuest. I guess I should say classified EQ. It could stand for Equalizer for all I know. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. You just missed an exciting round of combat. I logged in, started the stream, pulled a mob, accidentally pulled a second mob with it. Third mob wandered in. A fourth mob wandered in. It was wild. The craziest thing you've ever seen. But good morning. It's happy to have you here. Doing good? Ready for the pre-order in 2 days? That's wild. Pre-order is in 2 days. And then, you know, beta, for those of us, myself included, who will be pre-ordering, is, what, 2.5 weeks away? And then once we get to that point, then we're 4 weeks away from launch, which is pretty wild. Oh, what the? What are you doing? Oh, man, come on. Dagnabbit. Alright, I actually am gonna feign off this. I don't want to deal with a red con. I have 0 mana, 0 health, so, or 0 endurance, I should say. So I will go ahead and feign. I'm in my recovery stances. I'll wait for. Oh wow, I have aggro on 5 things according to my extended targets window over here. Oof. Oof, I say. Oof. Oof. What I can do is I can actually move some around real quick. This might look and fit a little bit better, yeah? Maybe? Pull this down. Pull this up. Oh,
yes, thanks for the sub. Let's give Brutal's head a rub.
Hello, nurse. Good morning. What's up, man? That's a year. You got, dude, yeah, a year. That's what I'm talking about, man. Thank you so much. Yes. Give it up for yourself, dude. Oh my goodness. Oops, you know what? I need to move that. Put this down a little bit. This over a little bit. Oh, thank you so much, man. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay, we are regenning at full whatchamacallit here. Looking good, looking good. Actually, I can't mim while I'm feigned death. But I do want to get, oh, I was about to stand up. You know what, screw it. I'm just going to go and stand up. We'll drop back into our offensive stances. I want to get a charm song on my bar. Just cuz, you know, just cuz. Now I'm thinking about what else I can cycle in here, but I don't know what else I can cycle in. I just hit 47. Well, I say just. I hit 47 on Friday. I haven't played since Friday. I hit 47. I have, Valor. Oh, Nibs. That's right. I wanted to check Nibs. Okay, I've got to do that. Zinzel, good morning. I normally do not stream this early. This is a special occasion, as it were. Let's see. Heals. Yeah, I normally do not stream this early, but here I am. Here I am. Okay, where would level 47? There it is. Let's see if it stacks with Hymn of Restoration. Oh dang, it does. Look at that. Increasing your strength and health regen. Okay, so let's drop. Whoa, Hymn of Restoration's worth a lot. Look at that. From 38 to 61. That's, oh dang, that's worth from 61 to 4. Wow, okay. You know what I'm gonna do though? Check this out. I'm gonna drop that, and I'm actually gonna get my. Where are you? My katana song, not katana. What's Cantana? Cantina? I gotta find it. I wish there was an easier way to find stuff like this. Not Cassandra's. Region. Oh, here we go. Region. Oh, yes. Cantana. There we go. The Cantana doesn't stack with Jackson's jig, to my understanding. Okay, but now I have. This will have to do. I have Cantana, Largos, Katas, Jonathan's Provocation, and now Niv's. So those are the 5 I'm doing right now. And then my melody is 4 dots. And then let me go ahead and get a charm song on here. This charms me. I don't know what level I can charm up to, but keep an eye on it. Let's see. Like, can I charm this dude? Dude, my wind. Look at my wind instrument. I miss a note. I miss a note. I miss a note. But hey, you know what? I'm getting my wind instruments up. Look at this. Fantastic. I don't know if it's supposed to work this way. There we go. Okay, well now it's okay. There it is. Oh wow, it worked. I charmed a rock golem. Look at that. Okay, well, how long? What does this say? A minute? It looks like. Okay, yeah, he's charmed for a minute. Wow. Okay, okay. I don't know what kind of damage output these guys are gonna have, but it's some. That's for sure. That's pretty cool. I've got a yellow pet working with me now. Oh, I'm assuming I could look this up in oh. EQ log parser. Is he impervious to like charm now? This is weird. My wind instrument isn't going up anymore. Hilariously. Alright, whatever. First gonna get back to... Let me just kill these guys. We'll try again. Anyway, thank you guys for being here this morning. Good morning. How are you? The pleasure is all mine. I'm learning as I go. Or relearning in many cases. I'm in the wrong stances. Dagnabbit. No wonder things are weird right now. If it wasn't for my bard dots, I wouldn't be doing any damage. All right, I'm gonna turn off auto attack. There we go. Now it's working again. Okay. Maybe there was a period of time where I couldn't recharm him. I didn't see anything in my combat window though. I don't have a wind modifier, but I am leveling up my wind instrument pretty quickly. It says I miss a note, I miss a note, I miss a note. I know I can land it because I already have landed it. But right now all I'm doing is I'm just missing notes. Oh, there we go, okay. Now I'm landing it, here we go. There it is, now he's charmed again. This is my first time trying to charm things. Oh, okay, here we go. Just XPing down here, looking for just grinding. So long story short, classified. I got access to beta a couple of weeks ago, and my first combo was a monk warrior cleric, and it just wasn't doing any damage at all. I mean, it was obviously, but it just wasn't doing good damage. And so I dropped, you know, the warrior for a rogue, and that was a dude. Monk, cleric, rogue pumps, but it's not very tanky, obviously. Anyway, so went through a bunch of different combos, but I've been leveling either through Befallen because it's really good, or Lower Guck because it's really good. And now that I have found a combo that I enjoy playing, does good damage, etc., etc. And now I thought to myself, well, where the heck can I? Because I didn't want to stay in Lower Guck anymore. But where the heck could I go? The hole. So here I am. We got this guy. Again. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we have a red rock golem. Look at that. That's not good. But my pet is tanking it for now. Let's see if I can get this cleric down while my rock golem tanks the red guy. Lay on hands. Okay, Mind is back up. Lay on hands is coming back up in about a minute or so. My charm is wearing off relatively quickly. Relatively soon, I should say. Drop into a recovery stance here. I said stop casting. What the heck? Oh. Uh-oh, I got summoned. Uh-oh. Okay, good. I'm actually gonna feign because I have no mana. Uh-oh, I got cast. Uh-oh. I've been casted upon. That elemental cast on me, so I can't feign for... There we go. Ah, good old feign death. Yeah, you know, I heard... Alright, you know, I watched the stream. 1 second. And while I do agree that the gear is really good, like I'm at 47, I'm using a dagger that drops down there. I'm using a sword that drops down there. I'm using legs. I was using arms. I just swapped those out. But cloak, or not cloak, chest piece. I don't know if I think everything else either drops from Guck or just something else entirely. But yeah, anyway, the point I'm trying to get at is I am using quite a few items from Befallen, specifically weapons, which makes a big deal, or which makes a big difference. It is good loot. It's a very good loot. I hope they don't nerf it too much because I don't know. To me, that's kind of the name. That's kind of the beauty of this version of EverQuest is, you know, some new things, lots of old familiar things. But of course, I totally understand you don't want the new things to shine so brightly and to overshadow so much of the old game that's where, you know, 50, 60, 90% of people go because it's that much better. But I mean, of course, we all know there's no sense denying the fact that old school EQ itemization and gear just wasn't that good by design, and that's okay. That's the beauty of it, or whatever you want to call it. His itemization was new. No one knew what they were doing. The developers, like, and it was fun. This guy. Oh, it's raining again. Oh, I see. You know, hold on 1 second. Let me open up my window or my curtains. So, anyway, I guess what I'm mumbling at and trying to get at is that while I do agree the Befallen gear is very strong, I hope they don't over-nerf it, you know? I hope they don't overcorrect, because I really like Befallen. I really like the gear in Befallen, of course, because it's strong. And I don't mind them toning it down a bit, but I don't hope they, like I said, I hope they don't overcorrect. Oh, my charm song was resisted, I guess. Like I said, I haven't tried charming really at all. Oh dang, it resisted again. Look at that. All of this wind instrument level. Oh my goodness. Oh, is that why my mana? Oh yeah, charm song takes mana, doesn't it? I haven't thought about this one for... It does. It takes 60 mana. I was like, why is my mana so low? Oh, charm song. Of course. Of course. By the way, I don't need to charm. I just want to test it out and try it out. Wow, I'm just not having a lot of luck. Charm. Ooh, let me try to charm this this rouge here. No, interesting. Wonder why these guys are resisting my charm so much. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I guess what I guess to clarify, I wonder why this specific golem is resisting so much when I was able to charm the other ones so quickly and easily. It's not a big deal. Like I said, I'm just experimenting and seeing how things go. This is fun, man. I don't know how much, you know, I don't know if you're in beta or not. I don't know how many other streams or videos you like. I'm consuming EQL content daily, regularly. If I'm not streaming, I try right now because it's beta. I try not to play much outside of my streams because I don't want to overdo it, frankly. I don't want to burn out. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to, like when the game launches in a month and a half, I don't want to feel like, oh, I've already played this game. You know, it's already run its course. It's not that exciting. It's not that interesting. I mean, it will be. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to overdo it. But that said, if I'm not streaming and playing, I'm either watching someone else's stream, or more likely, I'm watching YouTube. I have been watching so many videos about other people, what they're playing, what they're doing, what they're thinking, how they're feeling, what they're observing, etc., etc. And like I'm all in, man. I'm so excited. And I understand, and I always say this, I understand that if you didn't play EverQuest back in the day, this probably isn't that big of a deal to you. And I get that because, you know, it's EverQuest. Like if you haven't tried EverQuest, you know, and it's 2026, you'll probably have, there's no reason for you to play retail right now. Like who in their right mind is jumping into EQ retail in 2026 for the first time? Very, 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 very few people. But of course, EverQuest Legends changes all of that. This is a fresh start by definition, through and through, and I'm excited, and I'm enthused, and I'm looking forward to it. But I also have to admit that, you know, I'm quite biased because of all of the years and the time, all of the memory, the nostalgia that comes hand in hand with EverQuest. And not everyone has that foundation to build upon. So attracting a new audience to an old game like this, I'm sure, is not easy. Yeah, I was actually watching one of Wreck-It Rogue's videos literally like, you know, 30 minutes ago, right before I turned on my stream. Just been, you know, keeping an eye on his stuff. Giggle Mage was incredibly gracious and actually, I just want to make sure. Giggle Mage was incredibly gracious and actually rated my stream last week with like over 100 viewers, which was just insane. I usually hover I usually hover around if I stream WoW, which is what I've streamed for the past like 6 months. I'll usually hover around 30, maybe 40 viewers if I'm lucky. With EQL, because there's far less even though there are fewer viewers interested in watching EQL, there's also less competition. There are just fewer streamers. So my streams have been between like 40 and 60 on my own, which is really nice. So it's really cool to see a little bit of growth, quote unquote, a little bit of a spike. But anyway, all that to say, Giggle Mage was incredibly generous and actually rated the channel, my channel, last week. It was the first time I was sitting at over 100 viewers or any amount of time in quite a while. Leaves out? Yeah, okay. So that was fun. I have, of course, I have found that anyone that I've been interacting with on Twitch, on YouTube, in Discord, etc., has been nothing but excited and fun and enthused about the game. And that, you know, that makes sense considering we all just want this game to be fun and successful and such. I also have to be careful for them 3 weeks before live. I thought they're making us take a break 1 week before it goes live. Yeah. Yeah, as much as I wish that we could just hit the ground running and, you know, go now, I think having time off before launch is going to benefit those of us who have been playing on the beta for a while. That said, I wouldn't be upset if there was still a way to play in the days leading up to launch. Not sure what I will be playing or streaming in that window, but that's okay. No big deal. No big deal. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Look at this rock golem. Look at him. Look at him. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm killing these mobs, and I cannot say with absolute certainty it's more experience per hour than lower Guck. I think that lower Guck still at 47 with many NPCs being light blue is more experience per not per kill but per hour than the whole, which is crazy. Doom, 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 doom. I'm having to stop here and regen a little bit and whatnot. That's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not, I'm not upset about it, of course. But just by comparison, it's like, oh, interesting. Stinking Guck, man. Hard to beat. Hard to beat. Ooh, that's some good coffee. Ooh, that's some good coffee. That's what I'm talking about. Bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-da-dum bum bum. Hello? You want to stop stunning me there, pal? Oh, it's a cleric berserker. Ooh. Ah. Get stunned. It's funny, I'll stun them and then they'll just go right back in for a heal. Oh, okay, never mind. Although my my dot songs aren't landing on this mob. Another high magic resist NPC, it seems. Get that stun out. Oh, I'm so silly. I'm still in balance stance. Over here at 100% endurance, and I'm in balance stance like a goober. Oh, is that a rare? Whoa, we got a rare, people. Let's see if I can charm the rare. Oh, I've aggroed some stuff. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. That is not what I meant to do. I didn't mean to do this. That's okay. I can probably kill the light blue real quick. Maybe, hopefully. He's taking some damage. Let's mend. The cleric is trying to root me instead of healing himself. Oh, I'm stunned. No! Okay, that cleric is dead. Let's actually try to charm this blue. Try being the key word. Oh, now I'm stunned again. This guy's a warrior. Okay, here's the charm. Okay, it did not land. I repeat, it did not land. Okay, there we go. Now it has. I just want him to tank this golem off of me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm stunned. Oh, there's the land hands. There's the land hands. This is where Mez would have been smart. uprooted. I don't want to be in line of sight of these guys when they respawn here relatively soon. Oh, this rare's a cleric. Dagnabbit. That's at half health. Actually, wait, let's see if he can taunt that mob. Nope. Okay, the cleric is healing himself. It's mend, okay. Lay on hands will not be up again this round of combat. This guy's still at 40% mana healing himself. Oops. Oh, I just realized my charm has worn off. And we're good. Can he taunt that thing? That's really what I want, is him to taunt that rock golem, but not happening. Alright, Mend is down. I'm okay, I'm at half health. I'm okay. Oh, here comes superior healing. You know, I'm just gonna keep my... He's so I think I'm okay. This is my first rare in the hole. How exciting. Oh, joy. Nice, nice. Let's see what he dropped. He dropped... Ooh, a cloak. Oh, dang. Oh, holy crap. Look at the daggum stats on this. What the junk? I can't wear it. I'm not the right classes. But holy cow. Strength, intelligence, agility, charisma, 5 to all resists. Man, if I could wear that, I'd be one happy camper. Holy cow. I mean, I'm still gonna loot it because you never know when I might be one of those classes. Wowee. Okay, lay on hands is also back up again. That's nice. Charm is definitely helpful, but not quite as powerful as I was wanting or hoping it to be in a pinch like that. He wasn't able to... I mean, I wasn't spamming it. I wasn't trying that hard, but I was hoping the Elemental Crusader could taunt the Rock Golem, and keep him off of me, but that's okay. No big deal. Spellblade's doing work, baby. Work. I can always drop the Bard and go Enchanter. Although if I drop the Bard... looks like Paladin can dual wield these. That's cool. That's cool. Well, Paladin can wield them. The Monk is what allows me to dual wield, I should say. There is a difference. we saw that, of course, on the most recent stream when Secrets was dual wielding after changing their loadout, and that was funny. Not really benefiting from their offhand. Hey, good morning, Justin. How are you? It's good to see you. Good morning, good morning. What a pleasure. Loam gear for casters was the go-to on TLP's weathered for... Is that what that is? Oh yeah, it is. It's loam. Yep, you're right. Weathered for priests. Yeah, on the last TLP I played was Mischief, and I'm so glad I did. Talk about an experience, right? To give you a brief, not that you're asking, but to give you a brief like rundown of me and my time and experience and whatnot. I played EQ from 99 to 04. I played all the way up till the launch of EverQuest 2. So in November of 04, I said goodbye to EverQuest and I jumped on EQ2 because at the time, a lot of us, I was young too. I had just graduated high school, so I started playing when I was 13, stopped when I was 18. But a lot of us thought that Sony was, and they were to a degree, trying to push us into EQ2. We didn't know that EverQuest was, still going to be a thing 30 years later. So anyway, picked up EverQuest 2, wound up stopping EQ2 after about 6 months, jumped on the WoW bandwagon because played WoW for, you know, long time. And it was in the Shadowlands expansion when the game was just not doing well at all. It sucked. I stopped during Shadowlands, and like a week or something like that after I stopped playing Shadowlands, Mischief launched, and that was just a happy little coincidence. I'm like, oh, okay. I had kept an eye on TLPs over the years. TLPs always interested me, but I didn't really play many of them. Played a couple of them, but didn't really play many of them. And there we go. And so when I learned what Mischief was, I was enthused, interested, excited. And so I jumped on the Mischief bandwagon, and boy, howdy. That was fun. I don't know if anyone out there played Mischief at launch. I'm sure at least a few of you probably have, just because of how popular and exciting it was. But Mischief was a blast, and I played Mischief through Pop, and sadly I'm kind of one of those stereotypical I stopped playing after Pop not World of Warcraft, EverQuest players. Not because I don't like what comes after Pop, but it just at that point in time I had my fill. And Lost Ark was coming out, and man, when I saw what Lost Ark was, I was hooked. Lost Ark, I played Lost Ark for a long while. Had an absolute dang nabbit, I staggered 4 things. Played Lost Ark for a long while, had a lot of fun with it. And but like many things, one of the reasons why I stopped playing Lost Ark was because hold on 1 second, there we go. Was because I when it came to like raiding and stuff, I didn't like having to work with other people in the game and group with other people and depend on other people. So I played Lost Ark mostly solo, but at the time you could only do so much. Now Lost Ark is much more solo friendly, but I think the writing's on the wall for Lost Ark, sadly. I know it's really popular overseas, and you know it's popular enough to still be around here, but I mean, they just a few months ago they just let go of a large collection of their employees, like Amazon Gaming did, and so the player base doesn't really know what things are looking like right now for the future of the game, which is sad because I think that Lost Ark really had a lot of potential. I mean, again, I played the crap out of it, and I mean the crap out of it. Look at me trying to charm this guy. No. What's this? A living heart? Fantastic. Are there going to be any more episodes of the podcast? So to be direct, no. I have stopped playing WoW. I've stepped away from the game, and I'll explain why briefly, Justin. And I do apologize for kind of, you know, spinning something like that up. How long ago did it was like 8 months ago I started doing the podcast, something like that. I had fun. It was really enjoyable, and I'm very thankful that people were interested in it, and that people were willing to go on the show and whatnot. But ultimately I just wasn't having fun with Midnight, and that's not to say that Midnight is bad. I always feel the need to clarify this, you know, because I stopped quote unquote seriously playing WoW about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Not because Midnight was bad, but because it's a me thing, not a you thing in this case, because I just got done talking about Lost Ark, and I said something to the effect of I didn't like working with other people and depending upon other people for raiding. And sadly that feeling is still very true for me with any video game, including WoW. And I didn't think it would be a problem. Hence the reason why I started playing WoW again, and I joined a raiding guild, a mythic raiding guild. I had fun with them. The guild was fine. You know, there was no issue with people or a person or the guild or anything like that. It's just I don't want to have to raid with, this sounds so stupid, I know. I don't want to have to raid with people. I don't want to have to depend on other individuals for my success. And that's why EverQuest Legends is so daggum appealing to me. Other than, I mean, it's EQ, so anything EQ is appealing to me. I love EverQuest. But for me, if I can raid by myself, level, dungeon, gear up, grind by myself, like I can in this game, I'm sold. I'm done. I'm good. Count me in. And there's just something about the idea of having to depend on other people in a video game right now that is just, I just detest. And I don't know why. I can't sit here and explain why. It's not, I don't dislike people. I'm a very social person, both online and offline. I love building relationships, but I mean, ultimately, a lot of it is the schedule. I hate, like right now at my age, at my ripe old age of 40, the idea of being on a schedule to log on specific, even though it was only 2 nights a week, but being on a schedule, specific nights at specific times. I can't AFK. I can't, you know, take a break. I can't do this, can't do that. Not that, because the raid schedule I was on was 2 nights a week, 3 hours per night, 6 hours per week. It was nothing, and that's why I joined that guild. I was like, okay, this is a really easy raiding schedule. It's not, you know, it's not a grueling hours and long sessions. None of that. None of that. But even still, I'm like, oh god, this is horrible. I don't want to listen to people. I don't want to be here. So anyway, I'm kind of droning on about this, but yeah, I just wasn't having fun. Even though, in my opinion, Midnight is a really fun experience. Truly. I bought EQ for $50.99. Could not play it because I was stationed in Cuba. Had no internet. Had to wait until 2000 when I moved back to the States. Wow, that's crazy classified. At least there wasn't like, at least the internet wasn't like it is now, in the sense that sure, you knew you were missing out, but you didn't really have anything to compare it to. So while you knew you were missing out, you didn't know what you were really missing out on for the most part. I assume. I'm not trying to say that I knew what you were feeling or going through, but my point being, there was no Twitch, there was no YouTube, you know, there was no Discord. So maybe you were in contact with friends, I don't know, but by and large, you probably didn't really know what was going on for the most part. So, you know, when you got back to the States, it's all good. You just catch up. It's all, I mean, and frankly, in my opinion, Kunark is gold. I mean gold. So while classic EverQuest, that first year was fun because of what it was, dude, when Kunark came out, that's when the game IMO hit its stride. I mean, Kunark, I've seen some videos, some YouTube videos that Kunark ruined EverQuest, not in the sense of, oh my god, the game's bad, it's worse, it's this. It's not that it ruined it in that sense. It ruined it because it made everything that came before it mostly trivial, and I don't agree with this take, by the way. I love Kunark. I love Kunark so much. Kunark is, yeah, god, it really is the golden standard of MMOs and WoW and of EQ and whatnot. So I don't subscribe to the idea that Kunark ruined things and whatnot, but man, I cannot wait for Kunark in EQL. It is going to be incredible. Oh man, totally understandable. I prefer solo myself. I'm hoping that 12.07 updates will be as good as it seems for solo players. The fact that we can get Mythic Crest without Mythic Plus Unlimited, that's cool, Justin. Yeah, Fort Elves is good, and the chance to get Mythic Gear as solo player as well. I totally agree, Justin. My complaint, and this is again, it's a me thing. I always want to make sure that's being communicated. From where I sit, those are great changes, and I'm extremely happy to hear about them. That said, if I'm going to invest my time in an MMO or in an MMO-like experience, I don't want to be, you know, relegated to the minor leagues or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, sure, I have mythic crests, I have mythic track gear, but it's not nearly as good as mythic plus or raid gear. And I understand why the differentiation, sorry, it's really early, my mouth is not working. The differentiation exists. I understand that you can't give the same caliber or quality of loot in a delve versus a raid, of course, right? Duh. But that's where they lose me, is the fact that would I like to play WoW solo? Yes. But does a real solo PvE mode exist? Yes, arguably delves, right? But oh, I'm done. I'm cooked. Look at this. I'm cooked. I'm actually gonna drop. Oh no, not striker stance. No. I meant to hit evasive. But does a real solo mode exist for WoW PvE players? Not really. Yes, delves, but no delves, you know? But the idea of WoW raiding, WoW solo raiding existing is... Uh-oh. Hello, sir. Hello, friend. See if I can... Oh, man, well, I was... Oh, no, a rat, man! You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and feign death here. Uh-oh. That did not work. I repeat, that did not work. I'm stunned. I'm done. I'm cooked. Look at this. I'm cooked. Ah, yeah, lay on hands. Let's go. So anyway, it's one of those things to where I would love to keep playing WoW, and I would love to solo my way through WoW, and you absolutely can do that. I can't do it in the way that I want to, in the sense that with EverQuest Legends, when this game launches next month, I can level completely by myself if I want to. I can run every dungeon, I can run every raid, I can do everything in this game 100% on my own, period, full stop. Now, does that mean I'm going to be able to waltz in and one-shot everything? No, whether we're talking about on a 0 or a 4. But can I progress, work toward things, tweak, fiddle, experiment, figure things out? Yes, and if I want to, if the opportunity presents itself, if my desire falls into the category of, do I want to play with people today? I have that choice. And to me, that you know, developers, whether we're talking about EverQuest developers or WoW developers, they love to use the word agency. And in this case, this is something where it applies. If you give me the choice between soloing and grouping with people right now, for whatever reason, 99% of the time, I'm going to solo. That said, there is that 1% where I'm like, you know what? I'm in the mood to hang out with people. I'm in the mood to level with people, raid with people, whatever it is. Or maybe, you know, and if we're going to use EQL as the example, you know, I hit max level and I'm like, holy crap, man. Of course I can't solo Nagy, Vox, Kazik, Thule, Interrupt, etc. at +3, +4. But if I raid with other people, I can kill them at a +4. Maybe for a certain amount of time, I pug or connect with people and group up with people. I kill these bosses at a +3, +4, get some daggum good loot, and then scale things back and start soloing, you know, +2s, +3s on my own, and etc. etc. That might be not cheating. Cheating's not the right word, but maybe I'm kind of bypassing something and giving up something by doing that, because then I'm losing out on that early progression. I don't know, we'll cross the bridge when we get there, you know? I really don't know. I had no idea I never could raid from 2000 to 04 because I would deploy for 3 months at a time. Yeah, that's tough, classified. Started raiding on TLP, really like them. Yeah, that is kind of the beauty of TLPs in that case, right? Is you have you're able to have an experience that you otherwise were either unaware of or robbed of back in the day. Did you play Mischief classified EQ? Please tell me yes. Please tell me you played Mischief. Please tell me yes. I'm so sad that Destiny has. Yeah, I was never a Destiny or Destiny 2 player, but of course I'm always sad seeing games get shut down for obvious reasons. I've played EQ before. Has it always been auto battle? Yes. So this is just turn auto attack on. Now, Justin, if this were original EverQuest and I were a monk, that's my primary class is a monk, everything that you would see me do would be auto attack. Now, there are abilities right now that you can auto skill, which means that the game is casting certain things for me or pressing certain buttons for me. Because back in the day, you had to manually kick, manually strike on top of your auto attack, and it just became, people would literally stop pressing the buttons because it was just a chore, which sounds stupid in the video game, but nevertheless, it's not like WoW with a rotation. In WoW, it's a song, it's a dance. It's fluid. There's a flow to it, right? You know, I'll use my keybinds for an example. It could be like E2 2 3 E4 3 E Alt E2 3 2 4. Yeah, again, I'm just saying random numbers and letters because those are my keybinds. Whereas in EverQuest, it'd be 1 1 1. It was very monotonous, there's no challenge involved, so it just became it became an annoyance. It wasn't something that was engaging or fun. And so they came up with the auto skill feature. What's funny is I actually bypassed that because when I played EverQuest, I played the Bard, which I'm a Bard right now. I'm a Monk Paladin Bard. And so as a Bard, I was twisting songs, which meant that I was pressing, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, which is not much better than 1 1 1 1, but occasionally I would have to mez, so I'd be 1 2 3 4 7 7 7 7, mez, target mez. Oh, and maybe charm. Then I'd press 8 for Salos and so on and so forth. So there was a bit more nuance to it and a bit more having to actually. It was a rotation of sorts back in the day, which is interesting when you stop and think about it. But yeah, for a lot of people, it was just turn auto attack on and either, cast a 10-second heal if you were a cleric, a spell called complete heal, or kick things and bash things and taunt things if you were various other classes. What was the original EverQuest live service? So Akivo, I started in 99. I first discovered, I will answer your question. I first discovered EverQuest when I was watching my cousins play. I was at my aunt and uncle's house, and my cousin Mark was playing a cleric, and he was in the Oasis of Mar, killing crocodiles in a pug, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like a living, breathing world existed online. There ain't no way. I couldn't believe it. And so I went home later that day, and come to find out, my best friend was also playing EverQuest. No one told me. No one let me know this game existed. What a bunch of jerks, right? So anyway, come to find out, my best friend was playing, and he played a Wood Elf Ranger. And so I actually begged my cousins to let me play on their account. Well, they had a couple of different accounts. So my cousin Rachel, Mark's younger sister, said, yeah, you can play on mine. I don't play all the time, but when I want to play, you need to make sure you, oh yeah, sure, I'll log off. I never logged off. And so eventually got to a point to where her mom called my aunt called my mom and said, hey, your son is on my daughter's account. She can't access the game. He needs to log off. So I didn't get in trouble per se, but I got kicked off, and she changed the password. And so then by that time I was hooked, and I'm like, Mom, Dad, please, I need this game. And they're like, wait, we have to buy you a game and pay a monthly subscription, which was unheard of at the time. I to this day, I do not remember what I said or what I did to convince them to let me subscribe to EQ. I didn't have a job. I was 13. Did I do chores? I don't know. But the point is, they bought me the game. They subbed, which is crazy to think about now. And anyway, all that to say, I was on Aralisi Mar, first and foremost. That's where I made a Wood Elf Ranger, because that's what my best friend pushed me to play. He said, listen, this class is amazing. You got to play it. It's awesome. Also, the starting city is amazing. One of those two things was true. Kelethin was and still is incredible. Were Rangers incredible back in the day? Absolutely not. They were trash. They were garbage. I think I got to like 19 as a Ranger. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I cannot do this anymore. So I logged off and I looked at the class, like, you know, the class breakdown again. And I'm like, I'm going, I still have the Prima Donna books, whatever they're called. I have a Kunark one and a Lucklin one. But I don't remember if I looked in those Prima guides back then, but I still have a couple, and you can go in, you can see the old descriptions for classes and stuff, which is incredible. But anyway, all that to say, I eventually landed on Bard. So I played a Wood Elf Bard for many years, and then when Lucklin came out, I swapped to a Vashir Bard, and I never looked back. I still have my Vashir Bard staccato vibrato to this day. But I was on Aralisi Mar, and then I swapped to Burtox at some point, and I don't remember why or when, but yeah, I'm on Burtox now. I say now as if I'm actively playing. I'm not actively playing, but I am on Burtox. That was a very, very long-winded roundabout answer. I apologize. No, you didn't play Mischief. I was still on a TLP with a good rating yield, so skipped it. Last one I played was Jelinek. Played it for 3 years up. Ooh, okay, dude. So do you know anything about Mischief Classified, about how they handled loot and progression and stuff like that? It had a sort of rotation compared to other class. Exactly, Justin. Yeah. So Bards were and still are the goats. The goats. Goats. Oh, I don't have a cloth map. I have a poster on my wall that has the original game Kunark and Velius on it. But I don't have a cloth map. Thank you, friends. Did not play on. Wow. Yeah. So Mischief was special, man. That was such a unique and fun experience. Not to say that, you know, how dare you not play it? I can't believe it, kind of a thing. But boy, it was special. Anyway, thanks for being here, everyone. My coffee in my officially unlicensed EverQuest mug is delicious this morning. Delicious. And again, I'm not thrilled with the experience in the whole. I'm on a +1. And I find that I'm not killing things quickly enough to turn the experience that I was earning in Guck into a lesser experience. In other words, I think even at 47, lower Guck is more experience per hour than the whole for me personally. And maybe that's a me issue. Maybe it's a class trio issue. That said, I don't feel like my damage is horrible as a Monk Pally Bard. I'm happy with my damage. These golems are very, very healthy NPCs, in all fairness. They've got a lot of HP. Maybe there's a better location to go in here, but I don't really think there's anything else to really worry about, you know? Drop back into... Actually, you know what? I don't need to be in Spellblade stance. Well, no, whatever. I'll stay in Spellblade. Whatever. Oh, Rock Golem. You silly goose. Look at me go, man. I'm a beautiful lizard. Murdering a lump of clay. What fun. What fun. I'm 20%, 23% away from hitting 48, which is nice. I just, my concern right now is this class really gonna have staying power at 50 on raid targets? I don't know. Bard is great. I mean, Paladin's great. I just keep going back to my monk, sadly. Uh-oh. Where the heck did you two goobers come from? Look at these two guys just rounding the corner on me. I think one of them's a cleric and he's healing the rock golem, which is not cool, dude. Not cool. What was I saying? Oh, but I keep, yeah, one of them is a cleric. I keep going back to my monk being the problem, and I hate feeling that way, but I feel like my monk is the problem. Like, I can't drop the monk for a berserker. I can't drop the monk for a rogue, etc., because monk is my primary, so I'm locked into a monk. But I want to be a monk, and so I am, obviously. But I feel, based on my testing and based on what I see other people doing, I feel that, sadly, monks just aren't the greatest choice right now. It's not that they suck, but they don't really bring a lot to the table, which is unfortunate to say the least. I wouldn't be surprised if I ultimately wind up being like a like an SK cleric bard. That's a really strong combo right now. I know a lot of people love cycling in like shamans and necromancers into their builds at the moment, for various reasons. But SK cleric bard is a really potent combo, you know? But I think when I hit 50 here, I'm gonna drop the monk and I'll swap my main to maybe bard and experiment that way. I'm going to start with dark elf, warrior, cleric, rogue. Yeah, again, my first combo was monk, warrior, cleric, and for leveling, I just was not having fun leveling that combo. The warriors did not bring a lot to the table for leveling purposes. But of course, at end game, that's a different story. For raiding, warrior, you know, is very sturdy, obviously, by design.
He's dead.
You're locked in leather gear. Oh no, Akivo. No. Forgive me if you know all this, but I'm just gonna talk about it for a moment. In EverQuest Legends, the game that I'm playing, of course, it is a triple class system. And when I say triple class, it's not a, hey, I'm a monk who also is a little bit of paladin, a little bit of a bard. No. I'm 100% monk, 100% pally, 100% bard, and I benefit from all three classes. So I can wear plate gear, I can wear anything at any time as long as a monk, a paladin, and or a bard can wear it. For instance, my weapons, my bard and my paladin can wield these weapons. My monk cannot. But because I am all three classes, my monk is wielding it because I'm also a paladin and a bard. Does that make sense? So, you know, I have a lot of leather gear on right now because that's just what is good based on the zones I've grinded in, like Befallen. But you can see I've got plate shoulders, I've got plate boots, etc., etc. So, no, you're not locked into leather if your primary class is a leather wearer. The only way I wouldn't be able to wear anything other than leather is if all three classes were, like if I was a druid, monk, rogue, or whatever. No, rogues are chainmail in this game, aren't they? If I was a monk, druid, what else is leather in this game? I have no idea. Does that make sense? Ranger? No, Ranger's chainmail. Berserker's chainmail in this game, Ranger's chainmail in this game. Well, I'm not saying they can't wear leather. I'm just saying that, you know, that's just the general type of gear that those classes wear. I know it's not like WoW, where things are like super locked in as much as they are here. Yeah, clerics are plate, warriors are plate, SK and paladin are plate, ranger is chain, berserker is chain, shaman is chain, right? Just trying to remember. Monk is leather, druid is leather, necromancer, enchanter, wizard are cloth, beast lord. Oh yeah, beast lord is leather, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right. Ooh, a loam encrusted sash. Oh look, guys, it's a caster belt with strength. Look at the strength. It's so funny. I love this old gear. It's so funny to me. Oh my god.
Get over here.
I just realized I haven't been buffing myself, but I don't really care. I've got Yelp. I've got Yelp on. That's all I need, right? Yeah, there it is. I got Yelp on. That's all I need. Oh, I thought that Vizier was gonna aggro me, but I'm good. I'm good. No worries. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, to say that I'm excited for this game would be a massive understatement. I am pumped for this game. Pumped. And I will be playing this game probably for as long as it exists. Not because I think it's like the best game that's ever existed or the best version of EverQuest, and no other game could ever do anything better, but because I can solo. And to me, that's what it boils down to. That's what it's all about, baby. I just want to solo. That's it. That's it. As long as I can solo, I'm a happy little camper. I'm good to go. Alright, let's go ahead and get back into our offensive stances here. So somebody in my Discord, by the way, feel free to follow the channel, jump into my Discord, all that fun stuff. Hashtag shameless plug. Somebody in my Discord yesterday linked me a video of a game called Erenshore, Erenshor, I believe is how you spell it. And it's very, I had heard about it, but I haven't really kept up with it or read or watched anything about it in quite some time. But it is a simulated MMO, which sounds crazy, right? But it is a game where it simulates an MMO. You log on, you make a character, and as you're leveling, you're seeing people talking in chat, you're seeing people run by you, you're running dungeons with people, and they're all Sims. It is entirely simulated. I mean, that's the name of the game. But the video showcased that they're about to launch raids. I think they're about to release 4 raids, like 20 raid bosses spread across 4 raids. And the whole gimmick is that, was that the name again? Oh no, it's not. I misread. The whole gimmick is that, like if you're in a guild in that game, there are other players in the guild with you, but they're all simulated players. And so as you run dungeons with your guild members, as you run these raids with your guild members, and loot is dropping, you're able to determine who gets the loot in your guild. You're acting as, I guess, a guild leader in that case. Maybe you get a piece, maybe the healer gets a piece, maybe the tank gets a piece. And you watch as not only you get stronger, but the other players around you get stronger, which even though you aren't playing those characters, they are an extension of you in a sense, because they're in your guild, they're raiding with you, they're helping you kill these raid bosses. So it's this, to me, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's this really unique and interesting experience where even though I'm only playing one character, the characters that I'm interacting with and regularly grouping or raiding with are, while they're Sims, I'm dependent upon them. I need them to be successful, and they are an extension of myself. So this is another game that I might ultimately wind up playing a bit over time, if I'm to understand what I'm looking at correctly. And it seems really interesting to me because even though I need, 20 or whatever other people to kill raid bosses, it's all, it's all me. It's not like, I'm not worried about other people's schedule, other people, having to AFK, other people having to, oh, I'm sick, I'm working, I'm this, I'm that, oh, I'm late to the raid. No, I can just log on and I can do what I want to do at any given moment and point in time. And I can, it's like Guild Leader Simulator in a way. Again, if I'm understanding it correctly, which I think is really cool. I mean, I used to be a guild leader for a long time, and there's a ton of headaches that comes with being a guild leader, obviously. But this seems like a really fun experience, so I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on it. And it might be something that I play alongside of EQL, because frankly, I don't know how much there will actually be to do in EverQuest Legends over the next 5 to 6 months. There will be a lot to do, but will there be 5 to 6 months of content to do? I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. So if I can play 2 single player MMOs side by side and kind of just enjoy my experience in both, that'd be so sick. They said zone revamps coming in between Kunark, new zones, etc. That's nice to hear. I totally agree, Big Wilfred. Also, good morning. How are you? Did I miss the other solo MMO? What is it? So yeah, it's a simulated MMO. Here, let me go ahead and let me link you the video. Actually, I think that'd be. It's called Aaron Shore. Big Wilfred. You might have heard of it. I had heard of it, but I had not really kept up with it or anything like that. I'm gonna link you the YouTube video. 1 second. There we go. My buddy Colored Toad posted that in my Discord yesterday, and I was like, interesting. Maybe I should look into this. Fascinating. Actually, no, let me kill these little guys first. I've seen a few YouTube videos on it. Looks interesting. One guy got a group member upset because 2 wanted an item. He had to choose who got it. I'm telling you, man, Guild Leader Simulator. That's what it is. That's so funny. Oh my god. But as somebody who was a guild leader for I mean, literal, I was gonna say decades, but it was like 15. I was a guild leader for 14, 15 years. And yeah. I don't want to be a guild leader in an MMO again at this point, probably not ever again. But if I could play Guild Leader Simulator, all right, now we're talking. I like it. That'd be fun, I think. But so it's funny because Aaron Shore, what I'm talking about with Aaron Shore kind of ties, or I guess it does tie hand in hand with some other things I've seen people do on EverQuest. There's this guy. There's one guy that I know of who hosts, he posts videos of himself solo raiding in EverQuest on an emulated server. But when I say he's solo raiding, I don't mean he's on one character killing things. I mean he's boxing like 40 characters at a time. It's insane. And he's literally, he's not playing them all in the sense of like you know, he's got a bunch of macros and stuff like that. But it's the same thing in a sense, because he's got, you know, a couple of primary tanks that he's paying attention to. He's got healers. He's got in like a complete heal rotation. He's got a bunch of melee. He's got a bunch of damage dealers, a bunch of dot casters, and so he's pressing his macros on his various keyboards or pads or whatever he uses, and he's playing all of these characters at the same time, running around Kunar, killing Veneral Sathir, killing Gornair, etc., etc. And like, there's this to me that seems like so much fun, and it seems so interesting, but it's also just a lot of work that I clearly would never want to actually deal with. But what made it interesting to me is the fact, like, you know, when he kills a raid boss and the raid boss drops, let's say, 4 pieces of gear, regardless of who gets the gear, he/his raid, which again is all him, it's just a little bit stronger, every boss he kills. It's not like it's going to another player. It's all him. And so no matter what, the next kill will be just a tiny bit easier, and a tiny bit easier, and the next one will be a tiny bit easier, and so on and so forth. And that, like, I love progression in video games. I love that the satisfaction with that incremental, the incremental growth. It just tickles my brain. And again, by no means do I want to literally box and play 40 characters in EverQuest, but yeah, a lot of money unless you're getting a ton of chrono. Yeah, well, it's an emulated server. He's not paying for 40 accounts. It's an emulated server, so he's paying for electricity to run the, you know, handful of computers he uses, but it's not account based, thankfully. I say thankfully, but you know what I mean. But that boxing of pain, yes. Dude, I used to 3-box on EverQuest back in Pop. I would play my Bard, and then I had multiple real life friends who played EverQuest. One of them let me play his Bard, or his Rogue, and then another friend let me play his Shaman. Shout out to Todd and Neil, who had those classes and those characters available to me. And I would be playing my Bard, and I would pull something, and I would join like a Bastion of Thunder group, and I would pull something back to the camp, and I would slow it with the Shaman. I would start auto attacking with the Rogue, and then please keep in mind, this is before auto skill. This is before melody. So I would literally be alt tabbing frantically, slowing, buffing, healing on the Shaman, backstabbing on the Rogue, and then twisting songs on my Bard. It was insane. On one monitor, you know, Windows XP. It was insane. It's insane to think about now, you know? But that's what I did. That's what I did, man. Let's see if this charm lands. It does. Very nice. Let's get this guy. I was a Planet Time geared enchanter. I used to group and bot for fun. Sign up for groups as a tank, and they'd be like, huh? And then I'd tank, spamming Rune Tash, and I had this. That's dude. That's sick. That's sick. Planet. So I remember back then, like back when Pop was like current content. Anytime because even though I raided back in EverQuest, A, I was young. B, I was never good, and C, I was really young and never good and pretty stupid. So anytime I saw a Plane of Time capable or geared player, I was always just in awe of those players, because I didn't get into Time for a long time. It took me a long time to get into Time. For me, it wasn't until the end of Pop. I had joined, I had finally stopped, because I was a guild leader in EverQuest early on, and we were never, I was never good, we were never good, but you know, we made do. The caveat, I think one of the coolest things about EverQuest, and I'm not saying that this would work in every game, but truly, in my opinion, one of the coolest things about EQ was, like, for instance, when Velius launched, Kunark raid targets were still good raid targets. It's not like everything in Kunark immediately for every player became pointless and useless. Because, keep in mind, raid targets were open. Every raid target was open world. Instancing did not exist, for those of you that didn't know that. Did not exist. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh, I just dinged. Oh, I didn't even process that. So for example, when Velius came out in I think it was like December of 2000, and all the big guilds moved on from Kunark because they had been farming it for 6 months or whatever it was, 9 months. Me, my guild, and other guilds like mine were finally able to start getting some real Kunark kills. So we were always like an expansion behind. Because the Velius guilds, they were living in, you know, Kale, Plane of Growth, Temple of Vishan, etc., etc. Whereas me, when I was 14 going on 15 at the time, I was a kid. And I'm like, hey guys, let's go kill Trakenon. Or hey guys, let's get Vishan, you know, Vishan Peak keyed, and let's go kill some dragons. So, I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but toward the end of Pop, I finally got into Plane of Time when I joined a guild called Dragon Council. And, ooh, nice. I can get my my singing mastery trained now. Hello, thank you. But I joined a guild called Dragon Council on Burtox, and I was finally able to go into Plane of Time, and it was incredible. It was the coolest thing I had ever seen or experienced. I was just... I had a grin and a smile on my face the entire, like, 6-hour raid or whatever it was. I had never seen anything like it. Fighting Quorum was an insane highlight. Yeah, dude. Like, so Dragon Council, again, the guild that I joined, they had Quorum on farm by that point in time. They were a really good guild. So it wasn't like a progression fight for them, but it was, you know, my first experience. Something that I wasn't familiar with or used to. And so even though it was a walk in the park for him, for me, it was like the highlight of my EverQuest experience. I had never seen anything like Quorum before, even though I had killed, you know, Luckland bosses, Velius bosses, and, you know, Papa bosses leading up to Quorum. Just seeing this enormous... I mean, I don't think people really appreciate just how big Quorum was or is. Especially back then, circa 2002, 2003. There was nothing like that daggum dragon. It just insane to think about. I progressed it. It was the best time I've ever had in MMO to date. My rollout fights were always different. Ralisek, we had an enchanter rune rotation. Dude, Ralisek. So I remember I killed Ralisek months before I even stepped foot into time. And Ralisek, to me, was one of the coolest fights and coolest looking NPCs in that game ever. And hold on, I gotta take a sip of my coffee, and I'll explain. For me, for whatever reason, the Avatar of War fight in Kale, you know, the Velius boss, was my favorite encounter in, like, you know, in some of the original EverQuest experiences, the first few expansions. And it's not a complicated fight. There's nothing, you know, that special about it. But knowing that I was fighting the avatar of a god, and that was a big NPC at the time, and he was, you know, this bright orange, yellow, red NPC, just wasting people, just absolutely destroying people. I loved it. It was so cool to me. And I think one of the coolest things about original EverQuest like that is, you know, if he was slashing, you knew he was wielding Blade of Carnage, which was a big deal. So anyway, I loved Avatar of War, and I knew that was Ralisek's avatar, which, if I'm remembering correctly, that wasn't actually the original. Like, he wasn't originally supposed to look like the way he did. They originally had planned on him looking differently, but anyway, they landed on what they landed on. So fast forward to Pop a couple years later, and literally seeing Rallis Zek. And by the way, the graphics from even from Velius to Pop, seeing Rallis Zek at the time, it was like super HD. What a cool looking NPC. But how big he was, the armor he wore, the way he threw his axe and it came back to him, like just seeing him in combat. Boom, boom. Oh my god, I literally get goosebumps. I get excited just thinking about it and talking about it. It was so daggum cool to me, man. Oh my god, I loved fighting Rallis Zek. What an awesome experience that was for me. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Appreciate it. The Earth Tribunal was the Wraith Council. I always pronounced it Wrath, but I guess it's Wraith. Well, it's not Wraith as in like WRAITH. It's, you know, RATHE. I always said Wrath. What did you pronounce it, Wrath or Wraith? I still say Wrath most of the time. The Earth Tribunal was my favorite. The coordination required was amazing. Ugh. Amazing was one word for it. I didn't like it at all. I think it was always being in awe of warrior tanks. Like, wow, this dude's standing there fighting a god. Dude, Finn and Roe, yes. That's a great point. Dude, again, just going back to the fact that, like, graphically, I don't think enough people understand or appreciate just how much growth and development and positive change there was between when the game launched in 99 and it looked like this to 2000, just 3 years later in 2002. And I know when you look at these, mobs, it looks ridiculous by today's standards. And I know when you look at Pop mobs, they still pale in comparison to what you can make nowadays, of course. But people, again, they don't grasp just how insane it was to see the graphical, the fidelity and the development of graphics in EverQuest. Oh, a smoldering brand! Whoa, look at this! Hello, old friend. I shall auto burn. What is that? What does this do? Oh, that's nothing. That's a horrible proc. Ew. Anyway, but people they really don't understand or appreciate just how much changed in the graphics department back then. Because nowadays it all looks like trash, right? To a lot of people, especially those who didn't play EverQuest, they probably think it all looks like trash. But you have to understand that in 02, when Pop launched, and the mobs looked in the game, and the mobs looked insane. I mean, you want to talk about a glow up. But yeah, Finn, to get back to Finn and Roe, what you were saying, Big Wilfred, Finn and Roe, the last boss in Plane of Fire. Oh my god, dude, that dude was a monster, like genuinely scary looking at the time. This giant, fire demon, whatever, I don't even know what a fire god demon, whatever he is. These huge wings. He's got what's it called? Like when the legs go, like the knees go back instead of forward, whatever that's called. His legs were bending the opposite way. He's got this monstrous face with fangs, these giant eyes, this huge weapon. Oh my god, dude. He was just, again, monstrous, just terrifying. And it was so cool. It was so cool. Oh man. I know I'm used to it, but I still like the way EQ looks. Me too, man. I'm like you said, I'm used to it. I know I'm biased. But I love the way that EQ looks. It's so unique and so simple, but so well done. EQ was absolutely ahead of the time. I went from playing D2 Lords of Destruction to EQ Planes of Power. Whoa, that's a jump right there, brother. Wow. Yeah, that's like going from like by today's standards, that'd be like going from like an Unreal Engine 3 to an Unreal Engine 5 game. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Ba, ba, da. Da, 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 da. All right. Oh, rock. Ooh, a warrior necromancer. Ooh, fancy. Look at him go. We've got a capturer. You know what? Maybe I can charm this guy real quick. Let's see. Oh, yeah, baby. Get him. Get him. Yeah, backstab for me. Backstab. Go, go, go. Get him. I'll take it. Dude, I feel like I'm always going at this point. It's frustrating. Yeah, it's weird to think that they were so close. Yeah, so I never got into Diablo 2 because I was very much into EverQuest. And so for me, Diablo 2 was never on my radar. It was never something I cared about, paid attention to, etc. But yeah, just I know a lot of people classify that game as like a perfect game, and yeah, I totally understand the appeal and the hold that Diablo 2 has on people, because that is the appeal and the hold that EverQuest had and still very much has on me. And I never got into the D2. You know, I didn't play a Diablo game until Diablo 3 back in 2012, whenever or whatever it was that it launched. And like personally, I liked Diablo 3 when it launched, and I think Diablo 3, you know, by the time season 14 or 15 or whatever it was rolled around, I think Diablo 3 was a really good game. I played Diablo 3 seasonally up until Diablo 4 came out, and Diablo 4, I thought, you know, Diablo 4 launched story-wise, the game was great from a campaign state. The replayability factor was a bit lacking when D4 launched, in my opinion. But I think it was either season 2 of Diablo 4, you know, early on was really good. And I've played Diablo 4 every season. I think I might have missed one or two. But for me, it was really frustrating when they made the change to the battle pass. They stopped doing battle passes in Diablo 4, and they still exist, but then now they call them reliquaries, which is so stupid. And so they stopped giving you as much platinum, which is funny because I'm playing EverQuest. And the platinum is what you much like the Fortnite battle pass, much like many other battle passes, you get a certain amount of in-game current, or MTX currency, microtransaction currency in the battle pass. But they made it to where the amount you get in the D4 battle pass or reliquary nowadays isn't enough to get the next reliquary, the next battle pass. And plus, there just isn't anything good in the reliquaries nowadays, in my opinion. I haven't seen anything really good in a battle pass in a while in D4. So I was a regular routine, hey, every season I'm gonna get the battle pass. I want what's in there. I'm happy with it, etc., etc. But I haven't bought a D4 reliquary or battle pass in a while now, however long it's been. So too bad for them. Shame on you, Blizzard. Shame on you. But yeah, I never played D2, let alone D1. But I heard phenomenal things about that. Even when I was playing EverQuest, I remember people talking in my guild or in, you know, out of character chat or whatever the case may be. OOC. I remember people talking about D2, but I was so happy with EverQuest, and I was just so addicted. I was just so locked into EQ I'm like, why would I stop playing EverQuest to play another game? That's silly. That's nonsense. That sounds ridiculous. I would never. And I didn't. I certainly did not. All right. Let's see if I can bewitch this golem here. Nope. Okay, whatever. We'll kill the light blue first. Dum 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 da 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 da. Let's see if I can charm the blue. Why, yes, I can. Wow, got me away from EQ eventually. Yeah, you know, I feel like I talk about this regularly, which is fine. It's not a bad thing, but I've mentioned many times before that, you know, by the time EverQuest 2 and World of Warcraft came out, excuse me, a lot of people were sick of EverQuest for any number of reasons. A lot of us were, myself included, were sick of EverQuest because of what you just said, the quality of life. You know, the hey, listen, corpse runs were never fun, but they were a way of life. They were, we didn't know any better. We didn't have anything better in a different game. So we tolerated it and we put up with it because that was life. Experience loss. No, I can't imagine many people liked losing experience, but we tolerated it. We dealt with it because that was it, right? That was the only thing. There was nothing to compare it to. That was it. And so when EQ2, when WoW, and other MMOs in that you know time frame came out, and oh, when you die, you just have to run back to your corpse. You don't have to fight to your corpse. You don't have to deal with being naked. There's no experience loss. I declare, I've never heard of such a thing. Incredible. And so, you know, that and many other quality of life improvements just made it so easy to transition away from EverQuest into these other games, you know, the shiny new games, new worlds, new classes, new characters, new experiences. And I always say that, you know, back in 2003, 2004, 2005, when this new generation of MMOs were hitting the market, we didn't really understand the genre that well. We didn't really know about life spans, life expectancy of MMOs. Like when EverQuest came out, it really was one of the first MMOs, and it was the first 3D like in-world MMO. And we didn't know that EverQuest, you know, 30 years later would still be around. The consensus at the time was, okay, EverQuest has been out for, you know, 4 or 5 years now. All of these new games are out. Clearly, they're going to sunset EQ and prioritize EverQuest 2. And then a few years later, we'll have EverQuest 3. And a few years after that, we'll have EverQuest 4. Of course, that didn't happen. But that's easy to say 25, 30 years later. But at the time, we're like, okay, time to move on. We've had our fun. And there's also something to say, and World of Warcraft kind of fell into this same trap too. There's something to say about escalation. And what I mean is, in EverQuest, when you started out, you were a runt. You weren't even a grunt, you were a runt. You couldn't do anything, remember? Of course you remember, that's the stupid thing to say. I mean, you were killing bats and rats. And over time, a long span of time, you started killing dragons and some gods and stuff like that. But when I say you were killing gods, to me, there's a big difference between killing your Kazakhs, your Inuruks, clearing your plane of skies and stuff like that, and killing stinking, you know, Finn and Roe, Rallis Zek, Quorum, and other characters of that caliber. And so once we got done killing, you know, the biggest and baddest dragons in Velius, and then the biggest and baddest NPCs on Luckland, and then literally the biggest and baddest gods, not on Norath per se, but on their planes. And then, you know, of course, Omens of War and Gates of Discord and Omens of War. But it felt, I can't speak for every player, but when we moved from Pop into Gates and then Omens, there was this weird, wait, these guys are stronger? Like these guys are harder than gods? That doesn't make any sense. And you know, we as a player base, we're very much used to that nowadays. We understand much better now that sure, let's use WoW, you know, in the context of WoW, sure, you know, what was the Gallywix? So Gallywix is a goblin, okay? Sure, Gallywix in universe is not stronger than Arthas or Deathwing or, you know, the Jailer, like literal gods and these giant, of course he's not, but it's just the current, at that, you know, a year or two ago, Gallywix was the current raid boss, the current end game, you know, final raid boss of the Undermine Zone. So, you know, we know that he's not actually stronger, but that's our current target. And that's okay because it's a video game and you just see, you know, every X months you're going to release a new raid. You know, Blizzard would build and release a new raid and you'd get a new patch and you'd get a new zone, you'd get new gear and new tier, and that's just the nature of the game. Hey Draken, what's up, man? Good morning. And that's okay. Hey Martin, what's up, man? Good morning. But back in, you know, 2002, 2003, 2004, again, not having the context, not having other games or literal decades of understanding to work off of, it just felt really, really weird to go from killing gods, like the biggest, craziest, hardest, you know, wildest entities in universe, to killing, I mean, I don't even know what, like these weird named NPCs in Gates and in Omens or whatever it was. It was very strange, and so it left this weird taste in people's mouths. It was confusing, disorienting in a sense, and people, I remember people were not very happy at the time. They felt like EverQuest had run its course, and in some ways it had. Anyway, I bought EQ2, but my computer couldn't run it, so I tried WoW, but couldn't get into it all. Legit remember dinging and thinking, gotta get another 5 or 10% around D level. Yep. I remember in God, the Kodaz trials, charming mobs near an enchanter, it would quad hit for 4k damage, which was insanity. Dude, yeah. Again, escalation. It was weird seeing the leaps that, you know, different expansions or different patches and tiers or whatever you want to call them took. Because once you got out of Pop, I mean, we were, I mean, you know this because, you know, of what you said earlier, but we were strong. Like gear, oh crap, I'm in the wrong stances. We were geared, we were strong. We were gods ourselves, basically, at that point in time. So they really had the, they felt the need to up the ante, I suppose. Doom doo doo doom doo 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 doo. A rock golem. Okay. My Moog is empty. I'm gonna AFK. I'm gonna go put this sucker underneath my Keurig machine. I'm gonna press a button. Hopefully I don't get jumped by like 3 other NPCs while I'm gone. I'll be right back. If I die, no, I'm not gonna die. I'm fine. I'll be right back. Look at that. Not another mob in sight, baby.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What is draining my mana? Is it Valor of Mar that drains mana? Oh, I hit 48. Do I have new spells and songs and stuff? Hold on. Divine Aura. Whoa. Sailor's Chords of Cessation. A collection of chords that bind up to 8 nearby magical chords, slowing their attacks and causing them damage. What? So is that better than Largo's? It must be. Holy moly. Oh, crap. Oh, no, it's a rat man. Holy moly. All right, I'm going to try to mim this, and I'll probably get knocked around by this rat. Let's see, slow. Dagnabbit, rat. Let me mim, Dagnabbit. Come on. Dagnabbit, you stinking rat. I have to kill him first. Wait, I could stun him. Here we go. Let's stun him. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. Got him. Got it. Oh, wait, is that a single? Oh, no, it's point blank AoE. Okay. Let me make sure this is being cast on Sailor's Chords of Cessation. Let's see. Yep, there it is. Nice. And it deals damage too? Oh, boy. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, classified. That would have been smart. Evade. See, this is why I stream. Because there are smarter people than me. To remind me to do things. Well said, sir. Well said. Wow. Whoa, look at all these things I get at 49. So at 49, I get Retribution. Okay. That's a single target damage. I get Brells. Ooh. Ah. I get Renewal, which I don't care about. It's a res. I get Sailor's Accelerating Chorus, increasing movement speed of your group by 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Ooh, I like that. That's that long-term Sailor's. It's not as fast as the actual Sailor song, but it's a 2.5 minute run speed buff, which is nice. Shield songs, that's cool. It's a little absorption. Pacify, nice. Nice. All right, I'm going to med up real quick. Actually, you know what? Hold on, wait. Is there like here? Hold on, a couple of these guys right here. I can fight the couple of light blues while I'm in my recovery stances. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back. Don't let these guys kill me. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh, smoked him. Smoked him. Let's get this guy. Oh. Let's get this guy here. Good times, good times. Oh, yeah. All right, so I have Salos, I have Foofles, I have Chant of Magic. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. I love all these dots I put up, man. Love it. Love it. Look at all that bar damage. I tell you what. Mend. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and drop into offense stance. I'm full on endure. This guy working on this guy now. I'm telling you, man, I am not convinced that this is more experienced than Guck. It's a nice change of pace, but I don't know if it's more experienced. I don't know, man. I don't think it is, personally. I think if I went back to Guck and I slapped on like a +2 and I just mowed through mobs, I think it'd be more experienced. In fact, let's do that. We're just testing, so there's no reason not to. I think I will. I think I'll jump back to Guck and see how it feels. It's gonna be less experience per kill, but I should be able to kill a heck of a lot faster. Bum 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 ba da ba bum ba dum bum bum. Let's rock golem here. Golem. What's favorite combo so far? I mean, I still look very favorably upon Monk, Cleric, Rogue. It was just such a strong combo in Guck when I first employed it. But that said, I don't look at that combo as raid ready. I mean, could it kill raid targets? Certainly. Like solo, could it solo raid targets? Yeah, of course. Like, +0 raid targets. Yeah. But I don't see Monk, Rogue, Cleric being that good for, pushing into raids and pushing up difficulties, because there's just not a lot of sustain there. I'm also growing more and more and more and more fond of bards for probably obvious reasons. Uh-oh. Okay, so let me show you something really aggravating. See the map here? So the map has like this invisible layer that sits on top of anything underneath this left side, this left legend or whatever you want to call it. So I can't click this. I can if I close my map, but it's just an annoyance, so whatever. All right, let's go ahead and drop into, I'm just gonna do a +2, just quick, simple, easy, no big deal. Pop to a +2. We will run down to the undead side, the undead jail, whatever you want to call it. We'll get to work and we'll see how it feels. What about leveling? What would you say is the most speed for trash? Well, I mean, the cool thing about leveling is the fact that pretty much anything works, right? It's just trash. They're just trash mobs. The occasional rare or boss mob, whatever you want to call it. So, for instance, that's why Monk, Rogue, Cleric pumps. I mean, it pumps, especially here in Guck. Hold on a second. Let me save. This is Monk, Pal, Bard. Let's go and do that. And then you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and load. Oh no, I don't want to save. I do that I hate when I do that. Go ahead. Nope, that's not what I wanted to load. I want to load the buffs. Thank you. Let's go and load the buffs here. But anyway, it's kind of the beauty of it is the fact that pretty much anything works for the most part. Yeah, let me see. What do I need? Okay, symbol of pin. Do I have a symbol of Pinzarn? Yes, I do. What about Valor? Did I get Valor on? Nope. Let's get Valor. Okay. There's Thunder. And then I'm not. Oh, I am 48. Oh, wow. I am 48. Armor of Faith. Okay. Let's get rid of Guard. We do Armor of Faith here. Okay, so at 49, I'll get in there. So save for buffs. Yes. Let's go and quick buff this. And we'll reload this. There we go.
Look at all them buffs, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think Monk, Rogue, Paladin will be more than adequate for leveling purposes. Absolutely. The reason why I like Cleric is because I'm able to just turn on, or not turn on, I'm able to just spam my undead direct damage line, which works so, dude, I'm able to just destroy things here in Guck on the undead side with my Cleric nukes. And Paladin's great because you get a lay on hands, you get tanking, you get the ability to tank more effectively. you get Slay Undead AA. But I feel like early on, Cleric actually outshines Paladin in that sense because there's no AA investment necessary. You just show up and start nuking. And boy, do you nuke. But that said, you play whatever you want in this case. Either way is fine. Who cares, right? I'm thinking Shaman, Berserker, Monk to start. Yeah. My thing is, I want to find a combo that not only works well for leveling, but works well for in-game. And I keep going back to SK, Cleric, Bard. I haven't leveled up my SK past 20, and that's something I do plan. I plan on. I'll probably play that combo this week. Like, I normally don't stream Sundays, but I went to bed last night thinking. I went to bed last night wanting to play, but I didn't play. I'm trying to play as little as possible. I'm trying not to play off stream, to be clear. So I didn't play EQL yesterday. I didn't play it Friday night because I shut down the stream around 3 or 4 or whatever it was on Friday. I went to bed last night thinking I want to play, but I don't want to play outside of the stream. So here I am streaming. Yay. I'm streaming. But yeah, this week I'll probably go SK, Cleric, Bard, which means I have to get to 50 and swap my primary class. And that's why I'm pushing to 50 finally. Good for us. Yeah, all right. All right. Oh, I'm not in my Spellblade stance. Let's swap over to that. There we are. Yeah, so these guys, these light blues are giving, looks like it's 0.5% per kill, which of course is not a ton of experience, but I'm able to kill them very quickly. If I scroll back up, the mobs that I was killing in the hole on a +1, combat took a heck of a lot longer, and those reds were giving me 2.4, which is great. Yellows were giving me like 1.7, 1.9, which is great. But the other guys, the majority of what I was fighting was only giving me, 1%. Here's a 0.5, here's a 0.6, here's a 1.1%, 1.2%. So even though staying in Guck is a bit mind numbing at this point in time, I just don't think you can beat the experience per hour, especially as a class that has, Slay Undead, etc., etc. So I think this is probably going to be the play at launch for me. It's just staying in Guck. I heard a lot of people arguing, saying, no, go to Plane of Hate, start getting some gear off of trash, and dude, that is absolutely phenomenal idea. But for me, much like, even worse than the hole, I was killing mobs so slowly, like they're raid level mobs, and even though you can solo them, obviously that's the whole point, because they're raid level mobs, they take that much longer to die, and so it just prolongs my trip to 50, and I want to get to 50. Dagnabbit. So I think that Guck's just gonna, even though it does slow down, there's no denying that. While it does slow down, I think that Guck is just it's unbeatable. Oh no, fresh cup of coffee, baby. Is there anything better than a little EverQuest Legends in the morning with a fresh, hot cup of coffee? My God, delicious. Okay, listen, I'm not a coffee snob by any means. I didn't start drinking coffee until we had our son, so I guess it's been about 9 or so years now that I've been drinking coffee. I'm not a coffee snob. I don't crush my own beans.
Get over here.
All of my coffee is out of a Keurig. Do I know that better coffee out there exists? Of course. Do I want to deal with it or pay for it or brew it and so on and so forth? No. So I'm just a little goober who uses a Keurig machine. But I tell you what, there is a specific brand of coffee called Crave. You can get it on Amazon. It comes in like a box of 100 pods. And in the box, there's like 10 different flavors. So it's 10 of this flavor, 10 of this flavor, 10 of this flavor, and so on and so forth. Till it, totals 100 pods. And holy moly, man. The Crave flavors is so good. And on top of that, where we live, we have a Costco and a Sam's Club, 2 big warehouse stores. And we actually prefer Sam's Club for a number of reasons, including they have their own line of seasonal coffee. So every 3 to 4 months, they come out with their spring line of coffee and their summer line of coffee and their fall line of coffee. And they're always so daggum good, man. They're so good. Right now, of course, we're in the summer line of coffee. So they have like chocolate hazelnut, vanilla cake or something like that, glazed donuts, and another one I can't remember. But they're so good. There's a certain sweet spot of taste that I enjoy. You talking about for leveling, Draken? Yeah. Same, man. Like I would rather fight mobs that are a little bit faster to kill, easier to kill, and get less experience versus mobs that chunk me for my HP, that take more concentration and focus and attention, that give more experience. But to me, it all boils down to XP per hour. And right now, based on my kill speed, based on the fact that these are undead targets, so on and so forth, my experience per hour in Lower Guck is going to be higher than anywhere else. I went to Soul B, and they're just, while there are plenty of targets to kill, I just wasn't impressed with the layout and the quality and caliber of mobs and so on and so forth. I went to the hole, and I really did. I was enjoying myself, and there's obviously something to be said about the enjoyment factor. But I think I'm just a Guckton. I think I'm a Gucktonian. I just love the I love this zone. I love Lower Guck. And specifically, I love the undead side of Lower Guck with Slay Undead. Now, if I swap to SK Cleric Bard, I'm not going to have Slay Undead, correct me if I'm wrong. So I'll actually have more freedom to jump between undead and live, depending upon what I want to prioritize. Oops, I'm still in recovery stance. What I want to prioritize, and what kind of loot and stuff I want. So that'll be nice. There's some loops in Soul B that are nice. Undoubtedly. With Oot a Doot, of course. You can go to Ocean's Tier for Goblin Island. Mushroom coffee, Biz? No, it's not mushroom coffee. I've never had mushroom coffee. Not sure what that is, other than it being literal mushroom coffee, I guess. Listen, I'm not here to judge anyone in their coffee. More power. Like this right here is a chocolate hazelnut from Sam's Club. My first cup this morning, I think it was Vermont Maple from Crave. Both boxes are just, we get a box of coffee from Sam's once a month. We get a box of coffee from Crave once a month. And by the way, One of the other things that makes each one of these boxes of coffee pods delicious is the fact that they're incredibly affordable. I think a box of 100 pods is 30 bucks on Amazon if you subscribe, do the subscription thing. And then a box of 60 from Sam's is $19.98 or whatever it is, so it's 20 bucks. So we have more than enough coffee, well over a dozen flavors to choose from. It lasts us the whole month. Just and affordable. Your level is sometimes go to the first island in the sky, kill the fairies and the princess, and then hop to one and do it again and back and forth. See, there's definitely something to be said about, and that kind of goes back to what I was talking about with hate. There's something to be said about, okay, I can either rush to 50, right? And man, I need to look at all these skull-shaped Barbie. Anyway, there's something to be said about rushing to 50 and then going to raid zones and killing raid targets and raid trash and stuff like that. But there's also something to be said about getting to 45, 46, 47, 48. I know you need to be 46 to zone of the plains, correct me if I'm wrong. But getting to that 46 plus range and then leveling in hate, leveling in sky from 46 to 50, while also getting gear and completing, you know, class quests and stuff like that. And the beautiful thing is you can do whatever you want. It's your game, baby. It's your game. It's your time. You do whatever the heck you want. We're all gonna be max level at some point. We're all gonna be geared at some point. It's not a race, unless it is. So, you know, if somebody out there wants to prioritize that plane of sky, plane of hate, plane of fear, you know, run, will they level a little bit more slowly? Maybe? Question mark, depending upon, are they grouping? Are they solo? What's your combo? Are you pumping damage? Are you kind of, you know, mediocre damage? Like for me, I objectively 100% do more damage, and I'm getting more experience per hour in Guck because of all the factors I've listed, you know, slay undead, the kill time, etc., versus the whole or soul B or your plane of hate or plane of sky. But you know, what am I really gaining right now other than AA experience and levels? Very little, because I mean, do I need this loot at this point in time? Not really, no. But is my priority getting to 50 and then starting the raiding process? Or is my priority getting to 46 and then, you know, balancing getting a little bit of raid gear while also nerfing my XP per hour by a smidgen, you know? It all boils down to what you want to do. That's the beauty of it. I love it. Yep. I think at this point in time, I'm gonna hit 50 here in a little bit. Oh. Fairly plentiful. Yeah. Level 50 single pulls. Yeah. Decent experience. Darn tootin', partner. I think at this point in time, I'm gonna hit 50 sometime, you know, this morning, I guess, probably. And once I hit 50, I think I'm gonna, I hate to say this, I think I'm gonna drop the monk and I'm gonna go SK cleric bard, and I'm just gonna see how it goes. And that means I'll revert back down to level 20, sadly, but that's just how it goes, man. That's how it goes. I don't think this is a good choice for solo raiding. Even though I want it to be, I just don't think it's going to have the sustain, the throughput, whatever you want to classify it as. Not to say you won't be able to do anything, but I won't be able to do what I want to do, I suppose. I suppose. I think what I'm going to do is, I don't think I'm going to do a full reset prior to July 1st, but I want to keep testing things. That way, when July 1st rolls around, I want to have a pretty good idea of what I want to be and what I want to play on launch. So that way on July 1st, I can play and test the build that I plan on being at max level. Like SK Cleric Bard kind of a thing. We'll see, we'll see. When do Shadow Knights get Feign Death? The spell? I have no idea. I ain't got no clue, man. Some might say I'm clueless. 24? That's not too bad. Monks get it at 17. Now, what's the cast time on it? Is it like a 0.2 second cast? A 2 second cast? Hello, boys. Let's go and swap targets here. Dude, is it Valor of Mar that just keeps draining my mana? I hate how it's just draining it like nuts. Let's see. There's something that's just... Oh, no, it's Divine Purpose. Okay. I don't know how much healing Divine Purpose is doing, but it's driving me a little nuts. I'm gonna drop Divine Purpose. My HP region is 48 right now. Will it affect it? Oh, wait. I was in combat. Let me get back in combat. Yeah, so I think I lost 8 HP region. Now I can stinking keep up with my mana and stay in Spellblade stance, which is nice. I guess. Draken, I don't think you were here earlier when we were talking about it. Have you heard of this simulated MMO Aaron Shore? I had a friend in Discord link me a video about the video game yesterday. They're introducing raids this summer. I had heard about it, but I haven't really kept up with it. But it looks like a really fun experience for people, you know, like me, who want to do things by themselves. Doesn't ring a bell. Okay, so let me break it down. I'm gonna explain what it is. Okay, so oh look, a frenzied ghoul. Give me my FBSS. It's called Aaron Shore. E-R-E-N-S-H-O-R. Aaron Shore. And the whole point is that it is a simulated MMO. So you make a character, log in, you start grinding, questing, blah blah blah, and you'll see other people running around. You will see people talking like humans for the most part in, you know, global chat, general chat. You group with people and they'll talk to you in a party, etc., but they're all simulated players. None of them are other actual human beings. You are the only person on your server, the only actual human being on your server. And so as you level, you're encountering these people, and it's recurring characters. Like, you will literally see, like, hey, you ran across this paladin at level 12 named Roy, okay? Roy the paladin at level 12. And then you'll see him throughout your journey to max level. You'll see him talking in global chat. You'll see him in your parties occasionally. You'll see him in the open world, and and they level around you. Like, you know, if you're 18, he'll be 16, and the next time you see him, you're 21, he's 20, etc., etc. So you level up at about the same time. And if you group with these NPCs, you can either choose to roll on loot, or you can choose, like, you can master loot things to yourself and determine who gets what, and so on and so forth. And then you also can be in a guild. in this game. And you can see who's in your guild, and you can group with guildies, and then, you know, this summer when they introduce raids in the next month or two, you can raid with people in your guild. But again, these people are simulated, they're Sims, basically. Think of like combining EverQuest with the Sims in a sense. If I'm understanding things correctly, it'll be like Guild Leader the Simulator, because once raids are introduced and you go and kill these raid targets, you are only playing as your character. You are only in charge of yourself in terms of combat and whatnot. But when you kill a raid boss, you determine who gets what. You could take a piece of loot. You can give, you know, a healing item to a healer, a tanking item to a tank, etc., etc. And even though you're not playing those characters, you are watching your guild get stronger with every kill. You know, just that incremental progress and whatnot. And so it's this solo MMO experience that looks and feels and plays like a group experience, but there's no like raid nights are on Tuesdays at 8 o'clock, and you're not dealing with people and so on and so forth. Apparently there are like there's simulated drama in a sense, like, hey, you know, this staff dropped. I want the staff. No, I want the staff. And you have to determine who gets the staff, kind of a thing. But essentially, it's just, you know, a simulated MMO where you just log in and you do things on your time. And sure, you have to group and you have to raid with other players, but it's all you technically. Anyway, I don't know. I didn't know if you had heard about it before, but here, in fact, you know what? Hold on one second. I linked a video earlier. I'm going to link it again. Hold on one second. Let me copy. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Give me one second. I linked a video that they just put out. I'm going to link it again. Check out that video. I think it's going to be another game that I'm going to play at some point in the future, just for the fun of it. Just for funsies. Drop into recovery stance here. I expect General Talk to be all people complaining just to make it seem real. I mean, I'm sure that is a thing, hilariously enough. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think, you know, and I say this sincerely, I think for the foreseeable future, my YouTube channel and YouTube content and my Twitch channel and Twitch content will mostly revolve around single player experiences, the majority of them being live service games or simulated live service games. You know, with the occasional like ARPGs, you know, season of an ARPG like Diablo or whatever the case, because I just don't see how an MMO could get me to play at this point. You know, a lot of people love to bring up Monsters and Memories. I get it. A lot of people love to bring up the you know, Argilin, the EverQuest Minecraft EverQuest Minecraft hybrid. I get it. Those games look great. Some people even bring up Pantheon. I don't get that one. Pantheon to me seems like, you know, it's going to be dead on arrival, but that's just me. I just don't think that I could at this point. There's no desire, there's no benefit from where I sit playing an MMO or a live service game that requires me to group with other players. I totally understand if that's somebody's cup of tea. I get it. Been there. I've felt and experienced that. I'm not saying that's bad or wrong or whatever the case. I just don't think it's for me at this point. Drop back into balanced stance here. And so I think moving forward, my whole purpose, my goal, my whatever, my direction will be EverQuest Legends and maybe Aaron Shore, based on what I saw about it the other day. I don't know. And even though I would love to play Monsters and Memories and other things that, you know, kind of fit this mold, if, you know, with M&M, if I have to, when the game launches, if I'm expected to log in and start grouping with people, and then eventually potentially, I'm assuming, having a raid schedule, it ruins the experience for me. I don't want to play looking for group. I don't want to play, okay, it's raid time. I don't want to play, oh crap, I have to log on at this hour on this day for X amount of hours. It's just not my thing at this point. I think what you're saying is you're playing games that respect your time, because I'm in the exact same boat. Yeah. And you know, I so often we hear content creators, we hear developers, we hear companies saying, oh, this game respects your time, or our game will respect your time. And very rarely, if ever, that promise actually holds up. I think the reason that it will hold up in EQL or Aaron Shore or any game like those two games is the fact that, again, it is a single player game by design, with the option or the choice to spend time with other players should you want to, and should you have the time and the desire to, the want to. I keep saying that when it comes to EQL, this is the experience I want. I want to be able to zone into a dungeon, turn on a personal instance, kick back, relax, and chew the fat with the stream, or showcase something for a stream or for a YouTube video. And then if somebody says, hey Brutal, I need help, or hey Brutal, I have a question, or hey Brutal, we're gonna go kill, you know, Kazakul on D4, would you like to join us? You know what? Yeah, I would like to join you. You know what? Sure, I have a few minutes to show you something. You need me to hop into your, you know, Soul B to help you kill something? You need me to hop into X, you know, zone to help you kill Y target? Why not? Yeah, let's do it, man. Let me determine when it's appropriate, when I have time and desire to do those things. Don't make it the only option for players. And that's you know, that's definitely where I am right now. Wayback Machine. Oh, I'm dying. Help. There are people out there, and I know I beat this horse to death, so forgive me. But I know that there are people out there that love and they thrive and they crave that connection with other human beings, whether it be leveling with people or just collecting with people or raiding with people, whatever, right? There are so many different things you can do in MMOs, and that's the beauty of MMOs. And so I totally understand why people gravitate toward that and prefer that. It's just not where I am right now as a player, or in my life, or however you want to define it. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's just not my thing, man.
Hey, almost level 49. All right. Bum. For me, I am perfectly happy. More than happy. Excuse me. More than happy to be doing my own thing. Oh, short sword of Yakesha. Look out. All right. Do 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 do. Let's run back. Hello, friend. Hello. Hello. Nuke this guy. Oh, I thought I pulled more, but whatever. I guess I only pulled 2. Okay. Fine, fine. No big deal. No big deal. Well, the fact that I can still kill in a reasonable amount of time while I'm sitting in recovery stance and balance stance. I know I'm not one-shotting. Speaking of one-shotting mobs, I know I'm not one-shotting mobs, but it works. It works. Drop into offense stance. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this SK Cleric Bard combo feels at some point. I won't be able to see how it feels at max level for a while because I got to level up the SK. That's okay. No big deal. No big deal. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. This guy, drop back into Spellblade. Bum bum bum. Do, 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 do. You dare stun me. You dare. Oh, this guy's a warrior cleric. Look out now. Look out now. Here we go. Can I reach him from here? Okay, yes, I am meleeing him. Dun, dun. Du, 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 du. Stinking clerics. Stinking clerics. Gotcha, punk. Gotcha. Ooh, about to ding 49. That gives me a couple of new buffs. That's nice. Each light blue mob is around 0.5, 0.4, 0.5, or 0.6 XP. That one was worth 0.6, for instance, so I'm curious to see what it'll be for this last level. Dum dum dum. Dum, da, da, da. All right, last one, then I'll ding. Now at 49, I get a couple of things at 49. Let's see, I get a new nuke, which I never use. Brell's Steadfast Aegis, or however you pronounce that word. Let's drop Wrath, and we'll do Retribution. We get a res, which we don't need. Oh, Sailor's Accelerator. Okay, we're actually going to put that on that key. Keep that. And Shield of Song. Man, I wish I could cycle in more songs, but you just can't. Pacifies your target, lowering its aggressiveness. Don't care about Pacify. All right, we're going to save this here. And we're going to load our boofs. Oh, I'm getting attacked. Excuse me, sir. Oh, man, I don't have... Oh, no. Look at this. I don't have any dot songs. Oh, well. I'll survive, obviously. Unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Dum dum da 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 dun dun da 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 da. There we go. Let's get buffs back up here. Now I got Brells. Is that the only? That's the only extra buff I got other than my run speed one, right? Yes, Brells. Okay. Now does Brells stack with everything else? I have no. Oh, maybe it doesn't stack with Divine Figure. Okay. Here, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do movement. Let's do quick buff here. All of our stuff back up. It's gonna drop divine purpose. Now, if I up this, I got HP buffs, type 2, Brels. I'm assuming Brels will overwrite divine vigor. Let's find out. Let's see how much more HP I get from 4,700 to something. Stand by. 4741 to 4786. Okay, and then let's see. Yeah, Brels is there, but I don't see. No. Cool. Okay, so it does override it. Okay. Figured as much. Let's do movement. So that's accelerating. Oh, that cast as well. That's nice. This. Put on Brels. Save this as my buffs. Yes, please. Thank you. Let's go ahead and load this. Sweet. Ready to rock and roll. See how much faster Salos feels compared to normal movement speed. What's my velocity here? Whoa! Oh my god, we're cooking. Oh my god. That's so fast. So I played Bard as my main from 99 to 04, baby. I know how fast Salos is, but I have not really used Salos at all on beta, and that feels super fast, or that is super fast, I should say. Good grief. Oh yeah, triple attacks up to level 80 now, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Triple attacking. All right, all right, all right. Bum, 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 bum. That's crazy. Love it. Love it. Man, I hate getting stunned by... I hate getting stunned, period, but I especially hate getting stunned by spells, because I have my steadfast, or whatever it's called. My steadfast will, which grants me 100% chance to endure what would otherwise be a stunning melee attack.
Doesn't say anything about spells, though. Whatever, man.
Stuns are the worst. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. Do 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 do. Look at that already. This will be 5% in, baby. Okay, it looks like these light blues are whatever I just killed was worth 1%. 0.6. This one was worth 0.7. Etc. Etc. This green will be worth like 0.1. Dang, I just wrecked this wizard. Good grief. He's gonna die. It's fine. So this green now. Do 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 do. Get wrecked. Okay, the green was worth 0.2. The light blue was worth 0.6. It's good. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to cast my Salos here. Oh my god, dude. It's too fast in a tight little dungeon like this. Good grief. It's so good. Oh, it's been so long. It's been so long. Oh, Salos. Salos was one of the reasons, like literally one of the reasons why I chose Bard back in the day. Many moons ago. Again, my very first character was a ranger, and leveling up I learned about, Spirit of the Wolf, and I also learned about Salos from other bards that I grouped with, like in Crushbone and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, I gotta run fast. I gotta run fast. So when I re-rolled to Bard, it was one of the things I was looking forward to the most. As is the case with any bards, I'm sure. Anyone who plays Bard loves Salos. Dun 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 dun. boom. Do do do. Mm, mm, mm. Let's just go and pull these guys back here. Why not? Hello, friend. Hello, friendo. Let's go up here. Now, I don't have a ton of mana in endurance, but let's go and just try to pull more than one or two at a time here. See how we do. I've got Mend and Lay on Hands up. It's all good, man. It's all good. Doom, doom, doo, doo, doo. Here they come. Well, here comes one. Ah, there they are. Good to see you, friends. This guy's only level 36. Wow. What a lowbie. Look at that. I'm already 10% in, man. Gonna be 50 in no time, let me tell you. And we can, as soon as I ding 50, we'll drop down to 20. All right. Good times, good times. That guy was worth 0.4. I mean, again, it's not bad. It's not bad. Not bad. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. I'm in balance. Oh, I'm so silly. I'm in balance stance. I'm like, something feels off. Silly me. Do 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 do. Doom 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 doom. Oh, good times, good times. I was in an efficiency rut, so I'm taking. I was in an efficiency rut, so I'm taking the rest of the day. Are you talking about taking the day off from EQL? I assume. When you say you were in an efficiency rut, what do you mean exactly? You weren't happy with leveling? You weren't happy with grinding gear? What was what's the problem, Bob? Bum 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 bum. Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. Here we go. A little green wizard. What are you calling green? Bum, bum. So, Draken, question for you. I'll read what you wrote here in just a moment. When I hit 50 here in a little bit, how do I... What do I have to do to swap from Monk to, say, SK as my main? Is it literally as simple as opening up loadouts and then just choosing what I want? Or is there like, is there more to it than that? There are things I could do in the game, but I felt like I had to go to the efficient place, do the efficient thing, making the whole run or game just a huge rut. Well, you definitely don't want it to feel like that, you know, during beta, so probably a really smart idea, taking a break. I mean, again, dude, I took a week off, and I'm glad I did because I really, really don't want to overdo it. You got a token to redeem. When you do, you'll choose a second class to unlock as another primary you can choose from. Okay. Sweet. I'll probably do Bard, obviously. Then I'll be an XR Bard, yes. Let's moiter these frogs, shall we? Show these goobers who are who's boss. You know what I love? The life cycle of a frog. When I was 16, we moved, back in the day, my mom moved us to a completely different house than the house I grew up in. I spent, from age 0 to 16, I was in a house. And then my father passed away when I was 16, and then my mom moved us to a house, you know, completely across town, etc., etc. And that house that we moved to, she eventually had like a big, like 12-foot across multi-tiered pond put in. Just something that she really, really, really wanted. And I grew to love that pond so much because she would keep, like, you know, koi in it. She would keep it cleaned and maintained. And it was in Florida. That's where we lived, was in Florida. And of course, in Florida, there's a lot of natural life down there. Alligators and snakes and whatnot, but also frogs. And so every year, without fail, I would see the life cycle of toads and frogs. And there was nothing more exciting than walking out, you know, on any given morning in the spring or whatever time of the year it was, and seeing hundreds and hundreds and thousands of these little tiny, like, gelatinous black dots, which were the eggs. And you could just see them floating, because they lay them in these long strings, and you would just see this giant long string of multiple strings of eggs just floating gently in the water. And then within, you know, however many days, they would hatch from little tiny eggs into little tiny little tadpoles. And you'd go from seeing these little, I'm talking tiny tadpoles, to bloop, these plump tadpoles in a week. It was so fast. It was crazy. And then of course you see them start springing out, you know, their back legs, their front legs, and then you start seeing them crawl up onto the rocks, and they lose their tails. And it was just, I don't know, there was something so cool about it as a teenager. Just seeing something like that unfold before my very eyes, day after day. It was very fun, very neat. And then I still think about this. So back in the day when I lived at my mom's house, occasionally I would go outside at night for whatever reason. And this one time I was out there with a flashlight. Maybe I was walking our dog or something. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was with the dog. So I took the dog out. And as I'm shining the flashlight around, I see on the ground just a tremendous, just an unbelievable amount of little tiny sparkles of light. And for the longest time, I thought it was like dew or water. You know, there's just little tiny water droplets reflecting light. Until one day, for whatever reason, I walk up to one and I squat down, and it's a spider. Just a little, like a wolf spider. Nothing like dangerous or poisonous to me, or venomous, I should say. Nothing dangerous or venomous to me. A little tiny wolf spider. And I realized the entire yard, and I mean the entire yard, is covered in spiders. And I'm talking just, you truly would not believe how many spiders I'm talking about. Like a terrifying, horrifying amount of spiders in the yard that came out at night, presumably. I mean, maybe they were there during the day. I doubt it. But at night you could see them all. Like, I would shine my flashlight across the yard, and just little tiny light speckles just were everywhere. And at that point in time I realized, well, I don't think I'm gonna step in the grass anymore. I think I'll just stay on the deck, and I'll let the dog go into the grass and pee, and then we'll go back inside and pretend like I didn't see that. It was crazy. And I'm not afraid of bugs and spiders, but that doesn't mean I want them crawling on me or biting me or, you know, living next to me. No way. Horrifying, man. Absolutely horrifying. Dun, 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 dun. These guys out. This guy out. Actually, wait, we got another one over here we gotta take out. We can go. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Thank you. Got these guys we can take out. Look at me go, man. Look at me go. We are 25% of the way through 49. We are quickly closing in to 50 here. Everything's looking good. Do 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 do. Won't be long. I need to get some endurance and mana back, it seems. No prob, Bob. Actually, no, let's go and bring this guy over here. We can fight these three at the same time. Just drop into balance stance here. Dude, I'm gonna miss having lay on hands and mend. Like, I'm gonna miss out on both of those, but I'll be picking up life tap. I'll be picking up heals from my cleric, and I still have all my bard songs, of course. So there's, you know, that regen, innate regen. I'm gonna miss some tools though, that's for sure. But I think it's the right call. Even though monk to me is prime. I love me a monk. I just don't think it's what I don't think I'll be happy with it at max level. Leveling, it's perfectly fine. It's so much fun at max level. But I don't think for max, I'm sorry, it's great for leveling. It's fantastic for leveling, and it's fine for max level, but I don't think that I personally will love having it in my rotation at max level, at least not in classic. But hopefully at some point I can socket it back in. I'll have to wait and see. Let's drop back into my other stances. Shouldn't these guys be aggro me? What the heck, man? What a bunch of goobers. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take this guy in here. Why not? Ooh, a frenzied ghoul. How fun. Do 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 do. Well, I hope you guys, anyone who's here, watching, listening, hanging out, lurking, etc., I hope you guys have had a lovely weekend. It is still relatively early for me here on Sunday. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning. I got the moonstone ring. Woke up at 5 a.m. this morning. Dang, I get one shot. Because a huge thunderstorm was rolling through. And a clap of thunder woke me up. Oh no, Sam, what does my title say? Oh no, hold on. I don't remember what my title said. Oh, rats. Hey, you're right, it said in the hole. You're right. I swear I was in the hole, I swear. Let's see. Let me change that. Eventual rating. Okay, there we go. I'm so sorry. Here, I'm actually going to change my title to something that's even more of a lie. Hold on one second. Okay. The title has now been updated, Sam, and it's an even bigger lie now, believe it or not. But it will eventually be the truth. And when I say eventually, I mean relatively soon. I'm 35% of the way through level 49. When I hit 50 here in the next few minutes, next little while, I'm gonna origin out of here. I'm gonna drop the monk. I'm gonna pick up, I think I'm gonna swap to Bard as my main instead of monk. And then I'm gonna be Bard SK Cleric. And we'll see how it feels. See how it feels. I think for leveling it'll be perfectly fine, but I'm actually more interested in how it feels at max level for raiding. And I think this week I'm going to be focused on SK Bard Cleric. I just want to see the sustain it brings to the table for leveling. I have a feeling it'll be quite nice. But we'll have to wait and see. Please, Sam, forgive me. I didn't mean to lie to you about not being in the hole anymore. Forgive me. You actually leveled to 15 lower Gecko. Oh my god, yes. So I'll give you a little bit of perspective, Sam. First and foremost, let me say that if you level in Soul B, Plane of Sky, Plane of Hate, the Hole, there's plenty of mobs, plenty of experience, etc., right? Nothing wrong with that. I find, however, personally, my experience per hour is actually a little bit higher. I don't want to say it's like substantial or anything like that, but my experience per hour is actually a little bit higher here in Lower Guck. Not because it's like, oh, the best experience ever or anything like that, but I'm a paladin, so I have Slay Undead. And these mobs a lot of these mobs are light blue at, 48, 49. So they're not giving me, 2, 3, 4, 5% per kill, but they are giving me 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. And I find that I can kill 3 to 4 of them in the time that it takes me to kill one yellow con in the hole, or the equivalent thereof in other zones. And so not only is this faster, safer, easier, it's a little bit more experience again per hour because I'm killing things at this rate. And I am still getting some okay loot. It's not amazing loot, but it's okay loot. FBSS, short sword of the Akesha, skull-shaped barbute. What else drops here? So on and so forth. It's not great loot by any stretch, but it's fine for leveling. Now, I also think there's an argument to be made, and we talked about this a few minutes ago. If let's say you stay in Lower Guck till 45, 46, and then at 46 you go to a plane, you go somewhere else that drops higher grade, higher quality loot. Maybe based on your trio, are you what is your trio? Are you grouping with a friend, etc., etc.? Maybe you kill things that much faster and you're able to increase your experience per hour, for one of those two factors or other factors, and you're getting good loot on top of it. That's fantastic. I would do that in a heartbeat. But solo wise, with this combo, monk, bard, paladin, while I can stay alive and kill things in the hole or plane of hate, it's just my damage output just isn't phenomenal. And so that leads to the, less XP per hour. Undead tower in the hole. Ooh, see, I wasn't at the undead tower. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the recommendation. That's a great recommendation. Does SMR have the focus effects for caster? Shiny metallic robe? Let's see. I have one in my bag here. I have spell haste, it has spell haste. If that's what is what you are referring to. The best XP is the mob in front of you. Oh, well said, sir. Well said. I try to keep in mind that. Oops. I try to keep in mind that I'm in the wrong stances. Actually, you know what? I'll stay in recovery stance. Anyway, I try to keep in mind that you know, what's the comparison is the thief of joy, right? There will always be somebody that is going to level faster or more efficiently than you. There's always going to be somebody who gets that drop more often, or, you know, before you. There's always going to be somebody that has a group of friends or a raid team that is more effective and on more often than yours is, and so on and so forth. And so it's easy for me to sit here and be like, dagnabbit, man, if I was in the hole at the undead tower, I'd be leveling 5, 10, 15% faster. Dagnabbit, man, if I could just find a group of friends that plays this game, I could be geared that much faster, and so on and so forth. And while that may be true, yeah, Draken, I think there's a lot of wisdom to be gleaned from that, in that if you're just logging on and your focus is fun and just enjoying yourself and not worrying about min-maxing every little detail, there's a lot to enjoy. Now, don't get me wrong, I am very much a min-maxer when it comes to MMOs. When I was on THJ, I min-maxed the crap out of my builds on THJ. You know, when I play WoW, anytime I'm seriously playing WoW, I min-max the crap out of World of Warcraft, and so on and so forth. I don't want to min-max the fun out of this game. Just trying to, you know, especially during beta, of course. I'm you know, just trying to roll with the punches and learn and enjoy myself and chat with you guys. And then I love being open to being educated by a lot of you guys who probably have more experience in EverQuest than I do at this point in time. But I also simultaneously love taking what I learned from you guys and then educating people when possible, and explaining things and showcasing things and breaking things down and whatnot. Anyway, all that to say, I think it's a really good mentality right there, Mr. Draken. A very good mentality indeed. Oops, let's grab this guy. Slap on a little Salos here.
Go.
We are now halfway through 49. I'm telling you, man. Leveling here is lickety split, baby. Lickety split. Do. We got a healer in this group. Let's see. Nope, we don't. Okay. Dang, look at that 729 crit. Ka-chunk. Oh, get wrecked, nerd. Alright, got this guy down. Slap on a little Salos again. Don't mind if I do. Drop into my recovery stances. Oh, I was not paying attention. Don't mind me. There we go. All right, what do we got here? Hello, friends. Let's see how many I can pull here and survive. Let's see. That's 5. Here we are. This is fun. I've got, what, 6 light blues on me? I'll be fine. I've got lay on hands, I've got mend, I've got spellblade. It's fine. In fact, I'll just go ahead and use mend now. Might as well. Doom, 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 doo, doo, doo. You know what I mean, I'm telling you, I still miss my rogue. There was something so fun about just backstabbing like an absolute beast as a rogue. I miss it. I miss it. There we are, approaching 60%. Let's grab these 3 guys. Oh, I'm rooted. I was gonna run off and get more, but I'm rooted, so never mind. They're all warriors. No idea which one rooted me, obviously, so whatever. Wasn't that one. Moving on to the next one. Wasn't that one. All right, save the best for last. Okay. Let's go and drop into balance stance. I'm a little low on endurance. Wonder how experience on the live side would be. The only thing about live side is I'm not benefiting from Slay Undead. So I don't know. I don't know. I think they're approximately the same level range, right? Around the king. I don't know. Swap to this guy. No clerics. We're good. I haven't seen that many dual classes in this +2, interestingly enough. I feel like I usually see a few more dual class NPCs while leveling, but I'm not complaining. The faster I get to 50, the better, because then I can drop back down to 20. My Shadow Knight is level 20, so when I swap from Monk Pally Bard to SK Cleric Bard, I'll be back down to 20. And that's just the way it goes, my friends. That's just the way it goes. Can't avoid it. It must be done. This will be my first combo to 50, by the way. If you look at my loadouts, you'll see that I have 47 Berserker. I have a 45 Cleric, 45 Warrior, a 40 Rogue, yeah, 40 Rogue, etc., etc. Alas, one day everything will be 50 on live. Leveling everything to 50 here, obviously. Oh, man. Oh, what a day, what a day. Hey, it's Father's Day next week, right? I have 2 little kiddos. Be interested to see what they come up with for me a week from today. All right. Moving on. This guy, get this guy. Drop back into offense stance. Stupid stun. It's the wizard. It's the wizard. Dang, man, I'm destroying that wizard. All right, we are a little more than 60% into 49 now. We are quickly closing into... Smacking these guys around. I have, 4 AAs. Look at that. I'm gonna hold on to my AAs since I'll be swapping my loadout here relatively soon. Hello, Mr. Sentinel. How do you do? Go and start murdering these frogs. It's gonna be, I mean, I am in for a rude awakening when I have to reset stuff. I guess on the first, and then when I reset, we all get a full reset I mean, I guess we all get a full reset on the first, but when the game launches, I guess is what I'm referring to. And for a rude awakening when I don't have like symphonic aura, quick buff, and so many other A's that I'm used to having now. Sigh. Murder this dude. Swap over to recovery stances. Go kill the Frenzy room. See if Frenzy himself is up. Why, yes. He is. Dude, I tell you what. When I first started leveling through Lower Guck a couple of weeks ago, like literally my first time here, I got FBSS so fast. And not just one, but I mean, look, I have an FBSS +4, which is not like some crazy big, you know, awesome achievement or whatever, but I got so many FBSSs to drop so quickly, and now I can't even tell you the last time I got an FBSS, 2 weeks ago or whatever it was. Let's see if one drops here. I don't know. Let's see what drops. Survey says we've got a... Wait for it. Nope, a moonstone ring. I saw the fine steel or something like that. And I was like, oh, is that a flowing? No, it's not. It's not. Drop back into offense stance. Run away. Yeah. These two guys. Oh, I'm rooted. Okay. Stinking root, man. I tell you what. We are 70% of the way through 49 now. Won't be long. Oh, my son. I talked about Father's Day a few minutes ago, if you recall. My son, who is 9. Okay, let me back up. I woke up at 5 today because there was a huge clap of thunder. I had my alarm set for 6, but a huge clap of thunder woke me up at 5, which was actually fine because it was a big storm, and I wanted to. We had our basement flooded a few days ago. So I ran downstairs to make sure that the basement was okay. It was, don't worry. And I was up at that point in time. Like, if I wake up, I'm usually up at that point. I can fall back asleep, but it's not normally what I choose to do or prefer to do. Anyway, so I was up. I came back upstairs after checking on the basement, and my son was in my bed. And, you know, snuggling up next to my wife, and I'm like, what's wrong, buddy? He's like, I had a bad dream. I'm like, a bad dream about what? I'm facing the wrong way. I was wondering what the heck I was doing. Anyway, I said, bad dream about what? He's like, well, I had a dream that, I woke up and Savannah, his little sister, my daughter, Savannah was gone, and Mommy was gone, and you were gone. And I went outside to find everybody, but everyone else was dead and gone. And then I died because I was all alone. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. That sounds scary. He's like, yeah, it wasn't fun. Poor little guy had a little bit of a nightmare. Da, dum, 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 da, do, do, do. Let's see what this guy. Look at all this loot, man. I gotta figure out what I need to combine all this loot. I guess I could start doing that now. Let's see. That's a +2, +2, +2. I want to do. I mean, I like the decks for procs, but you know what? Now that I have katas, maybe this ring isn't as necessary anymore. Maybe I can swap on a double moonstone ring. That'd be nice, right? What just dropped? Oh, silver silk leggings dropped. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's close that. We can drop this bad boy in. Drop this bad boy in. There we go. Have any others? No, I could drop an adamantite, but I don't like the lowering of my magic resist. Oh, I thought I had enough to bump this up to... That's weird. I thought I had enough, but I guess not. Huh. Strange. Anyway, I'll keep this in my other bag now. Nice skull-shaped bar boots. My goodness. My goodness. Slow's not needed. I haven't seen anyone play SK Shaman something. You know, nerd, listen, what I'm fighting right here, a bunch of undead frogs, obviously a bit different than fighting a dragon or a god. I'm also on level 2 difficulty. You know, 3 and 4 are obviously that much harder. I'm playing a bard in this combo, and I have an AoE slow that I'm applying to everything. You can see it right here, Sailor's Chords of Cessation. So this is this slows up to 8 nearby enemies, and it's causing them a little bit of dot damage as well. So I am slowing. It just doesn't, you know, it's just not a hard cast. But yeah, I can't sit here and say like, oh yeah, you need a slow at max level. You know, need may be a too strong of a word, but is it beneficial? Of course, yes. But I think a lot of it boils down to your sustain, and also, you know, how much damage is coming in, what level of difficulty are you tackling? For instance, you know, if you're doing tier 0 or whatever you want to call it of Nagafin or Kazakh Thul or whomever, your damage intake, which of course is influenced by the classes you're playing, the buffs you have, the gear you have, what level gear is it, etc., etc. That all directly affects and influences your damage intake. But a 0 is not designed to be so challenging that the average player in the average class combination can't kill it. So you may find that slows just aren't that big of a deal for, you know, a 0 raid or a +1 raid. But if you're doing +2, let alone 3 or 4, I'm sure slows come into play a lot more there. Does difficulty increase mob levels or just like scalage? You know, I don't want to mislead or I think it's just scaling. Sam, I could be wrong. The reason why I say just scaling is because I'm pretty sure that if because I jump around from 0 to 4 for leveling purposes, and I'm pretty sure when I'm on 0 and when I'm on 4, these mobs are all still going to be light blue. I may be incorrect, so please take that with a grain of salt and forgive me if I am wrong. But I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure it just directly affects scaling and not necessarily the level. But again, double check that, fact check that. Ask someone else who, you know, may be more confident in their answer. Forgive me for not knowing definitively right now. It's something I haven't really paid attention to, but I'm pretty sure that's what I've seen. Suppose they don't become needed as much until Pop wrote Omens of War. Yeah. Again, it's just a matter of if you, let's say you're level 50, right? And you're fighting Inarak, and you don't, and you're fighting him on a 0 level difficulty, you know, base level difficulty. If you don't slow him, you're probably going to be fine. But, you know, if you turn around and do him on a +4 and you don't slow him, you're going to feel it. You know, you're definitely going to feel it. So I wouldn't go so far as to say it's not needed. I think it just depends on, again, the difficulty level, the class combination you're playing, the gear that you have. Thank you, Glam. I appreciate you chiming in there, man. Hey, this is a great time to mention, by the way. I do not mind. I definitely don't mind questions. Questions are obviously encouraged, expected, wanted. I love talking about the game, and I love helping people. But more than that, if I say something inaccurate, incorrect, if I don't know something, if you want to inform me of something, it's man, backseat game as much as you want. I love when people chime in. I love when people share their experiences. So please feel encouraged and welcome to do that. Genuinely, I am not the leading expert on this game. I consider myself to be quite knowledgeable when it comes to video games and stuff that I play long term. I have not seriously played EverQuest in a very long time. I don't know everything and anything about every class and every combo. I'm still learning just as much as anybody else. So I don't ever want to give the impression that I'm a know-it-all or that I'm, you know, above learning, or you get the idea. So please, at any point in time, if you want to answer somebody's question or clarify something, or again, correct something that I say, not that you need my permission, but you have my permission. Believe me. Sunday fun day. Oh yeah, Billy. I woke up a clap of thunder woke me up this morning at 5 o'clock, and I'm like, you know what? Let's play and stream some EverQuest. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Because you taunted us with a stream last night. Indeed. No worries, EQ so huge and vague. I've never met anyone who knows everything about it. Yeah, for real. Takes a lot. This build is high on my list. How does it hold up? Okay, so this build for leveling buff, fantastic. Huge fan of how this plays for leveling. But the more I think about it, the more experience I have with it, etc., the less I think it's going to have the necessary sustain for solo rating, especially beyond, you know, a 0 or a +1 or whatever you want to call it. Monk, listen, Monk is my primary class. I have played Monk with a ton of different combos and loadouts into the mid to high 40s. Ton. And as much as I love Monk, as much as I adore Monk, as much as I want Monk to be this incredible, awesome powerhouse of a class, in my opinion, experienced or inexperienced as it may be, depending upon your perspective on the amount of time I've invested into it, I don't find it to be as worthwhile as I want it to be, or as it could be, in my opinion. I think that while it is fun, feign death, kicks, strikes, I'm an Ixar, you know, I love Monk. I love the toolkit that Monk has, but it just doesn't bring a lot to the table. I mean, look at a Monk versus Berserker. Berserker with Berserker stance and just the damage output, it makes Monk look pitiful by comparison. Rogues have escape. Rogues have, you know, sneak and hide and sneak. Rogues have backstab. Dude, backstab right now is strong. So it's not to say that monks are useless, pointless, pathetic. That's not the case, but they just don't quite stack up against other pure melee classes at the moment, in my opinion. For leveling, no big deal. For rating, I just don't know. I just don't know if they're worth having in a combo right now. If you care about the min-max, if you care about soloing, if you care about pushing into higher difficulties, etc., etc. Yeah, Bard is actually really strong in solo builds, in my opinion. I think we see that time and time again. I'm currently Monk, Paladin, Bard. I'm about to swap. I'm literally at 94, 95% experience. I'm 5% away from dinging 50 for the first time. So I'm about to swap from Monk Pally Bard to, I'm gonna swap my Monk to a Bard. That'll be, my Bard will be primary because I think it's that good. I'm gonna swap to Bard SK Cleric. Now Cleric is something I've played a lot of. I haven't played Cleric over the last week. I've been doing Paladin a bunch, and I love Paladin, dude. Between Lay on Hands, between Slay Undead, being a tank, etc. I think Paladin, there's a lot to love about Paladin, truly. But I'm gonna swap this week. I'm swapping from Paladin to SK, and I want to test out Bard SK Cleric. I have seen Bard SK Cleric perform well. I have heard people's experience with Bard SK Cleric being positive as well. So I'm going to be giving that the old college try, and we'll see how it stacks up. I've been very happy with Paladin, but I just want to do more. I want to test more. So it's a noteworthy day for sure, indeed. I saw someone do Bard SK Cleric and they destroyed stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. Should try Warrior, Necromancer, Bard sometime. Would love to see your thoughts on it. I have a hard time not having a healing class in a build, even if that healing class is just a Paladin. I'm a wimp. I know, you can life tap with Necromancer, but you don't get Spellblade with that combo. And Hymn of Restoration only goes so far. Necromancer life taps only go so far, etc., etc. So I am I'm hesitant when it comes to that build, Keen. Hesitant. I plan to play hundreds of builds and lock in a short list of raid builds after everything's 50. Yeah, so like I don't want to get everything to 50 and then choose a raid build. My line of thinking is, take the time during beta and test things, and then research things, for the lack of a better word. Talk to other players, see what their experiences are, what works for them, what's working well, objectively, what does good damage, what has good sustain, etc., etc. And then as long as it makes sense to level as that build, which it probably will, I'll level that first and it may be SK Bard Cleric. I think this build that I'm about to test is going to have a lot there's going to be a lot to love about it. Oh, there it is! Ding 50! Alright. Nice. Nice. Okay, so what is this? What's inspected? Okay, so primary class unlock token, unleash your potential, preview, it's a bag, whatever that means, okay. Select option, not sure what that means, but okay. Oh, there it is in my bag. Okay, click effect. Alright, so I'm gonna origin out of here. Sweet. So we just hit 50. Very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, that was a weird delay on origin there. Anyway, but I plan on testing stuff and, kind of trying my best to lock in a build and then level as that build. And then I definitely want to get a druid and the wizard up to 25 for the rituals and the ports and the rings and whatnot. And then, whenever everything has been cleared raid target wise, then start leveling up more classes. And then whether it's a 3-day respawn or whatever it is, when raids have respawned, swap back to my raiding build. And then after everything's been killed, start leveling up more classes, grinding more AAs, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what do I do here? Do I right click it? Okay, study potential, primary class unlock Bard. I'm gonna select that option. So now we can go into loadouts. I'm just going to go ahead and add a loadout. I'm going to do Ixar, Bard, Kazakthul, New Seb. I'm just going to do a... Oh, I can't do a new... Oh, UI. I'll use this equip. I'll use it. Yeah, whatever. I'll just use this. I don't really understand all this for here. Copy current UI to this loadout. I don't think I need to do that because I'm using this loadout. Okay. And then additional, I said SK. Where's SK? Right there. And cleric. There we go. So now I am a bard. I will be a bard. Right? Bard? Oh god, I thought, dude. For a second, I thought I selected Beast Lord. I was about to be so upset. Oh my god. Anyway, bard. SK cleric. Okay. Let's go and save this. And we're going to swap to bard cleric SK. Swap. Do that. Please wait while your transformation is completed. Thank you. Thank you. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Wait! No, my UI! Wait! Oh no! I've ruined everything. This is horrible. Oh, this is disgusting. Oh no! How do I? Here, UI share. Please tell me that swaps my UI back, please. Oh, thank God, thank God. Oh, that was disgusting. Oh, jeez. That was horrible. That was horrible. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Abort! Abort! I need to, oh wait, I need to edit this equipment as well. Let's share it. Let's go ahead and save that. There we go. Okay, well, apparently I've ruined my, equipment, but I'll get that out in a minute. Okay, let me. I'm actually gonna take a moment here to clean out my whatchamacallits, my bars, because a lot of the stuff is related to monk. Let's see, we don't have berserker stance, balance, evasive, offensive, defensive stance. Yeah, we don't have poison, so we're gonna remove all of my poisons here. Striker stance. Let's go ahead and put that in. Poison, poison, and poison. I'm actually gonna move quick buff down. We can keep that there. Okay, so let's start with abilities. We have Symphonic Ore. Okay, Harm Touch. Now, Harm Touch looks like it's not something that I can auto skill, so I'm gonna have to specify harm or manually use Harm Touch. Okay, we'll turn Bash on. Why not? Camp, who, invite, dispense, sit, walk, find, yell. Intimidation, bind, wound, disarm, taunt, disarm traps, beg, sense, fish track, sneak, picklock, forage. Okay, Arcane Mastery. Don't really care about this, but whatever. Recovery, Empower. Spellblade, Inversion, Overchannel. Inviolable. Okay, Kick, Grieve. Defense, Offense, Evasive, Balance, Mage Hunter, Channeler. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I don't have striker. Oh, I don't have striker stance anymore. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Use all this. Okay, go to disciplines, nothing, spells. Okay, let's look at our spells here now. Where's my, okay, tap, life draw. Okay, drains your targeted life energy, siphoning HP. So I want my tap on my spellblade, I believe. Now let's see here. I want to play so much, but I think my wife might actually divorce me if we get an EQ again. Oh, playing EverQuest again? Nope. I said, then under my breath, not yet. That's amazing. Not yet. I'll show her. Oh my goodness. All right, let me come over here. Open the bank. Let me get this bad boy out. Let me take this out just in case. Take this guy out. Take this guy out. Ooh, look, I have a Dark Reaver. Okay, what's the best two-hander? Okay, I can't wield this. Let me bank that. What's my best two-hander? I've got... Put that out here. I've got a big bad Ebon Scythe. I have a Dark Reaver. I guess it'd be Dark Reaver, right? What I guess the better question is, would it be better to use two one-handers? Or would it be better to use a two-hander? I genuinely don't know. I don't know. Go and combine this. There we go. Throw this in the bank. I think I destroyed. Oh wait. You know what I need to do actually? I need to figure out if all the gear I was wearing I can still wear. I don't know. The wheel to seemingly ahead, Beldeed. Good morning, Beldeed. Hello. Easy to take breaks, subway. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm telling you what, man. A lot to love. A lot to love, my friends. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Dragon's Horde. Trade School Depot. Oh, man. I have a pet as an SK. I don't want a pet. Probably just won't summon it. Yeah, probably just ignore it. Whatever. No big deal, right? Fine. It's fine. Here's a smoldering brand. Probably gonna need to buy some daggum bags or something. A couple of bags for the bank. Bag? Throwing boulder. That in there. Okay, I need to go to my, oops. Go to my key rings here. Is there anything in here other than my loot? No. Okay, so I don't think I need a worn candle, but let's go ahead and put it back in there. Why not? I equip these. Yes. I equip boots in my any slot. Yes. Chitin's spell shield. Yes. Collar. Yep. Dark mail gloves, executioner's hood, FBSS, iron visor, lustrous russet boots, a couple of moonstone rings, nice. Okay, I can indeed equip these, which is nice. Oh, shiverback arms I can't though. Nope, okay. Oh, dude, I thought I somehow stupidly deleted my pristine arms, but of course I didn't, so thank goodness. Let me make sure all this loot is indeed not red. Okay, nope, we're good. Everything's green. So I am getting stats from okay, we're good. Getting stats from everything, we're good. Let's close that. Now, there's some loot here that was from Plane of Hate that I decided to keep just cuz. Doom 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 doom. There we are, got those, okay. This bad boy. Ooh, about to be a level 6 here. Alright. Good times, good times, good times. Merge that. +1. Okay, now this is a +6 now. Look at that AC and HP, man. But look at that strength and dex. Oh man, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's keep merging. I wish there was a faster way to do this, but I guess I shouldn't complain too much. Okay, all these guys need to be leveled up a little bit. Okay, slot these guys in. Get this guy leveled up. Look at that, already halfway through a +6 now too. That's crazy. Okay, shiver back, shiver back, shiver back.
Oh, my poor monk. I miss you already.
All right, let me go ahead and throw this in the bank. 8 agility, 9 AC, wisdom, agility, AC. Ooh, disease and poison resist. I like that. Yeah, let's just go and put that in the bank. Lustrous russet. Ooh, do I? Ooh, well, you know what? Who cares? I'll put that in the bank. Adamantite and adamantite. Okay, let's throw that in there. Yeah, I just can't get over the whole like losing magic resist. That just drives me nuts. Put that in the bank. We have some Serp bracers here. +1. Here we are. Do 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 do. Here we go. Level this guy up. Very nice. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. All right, short sword of Yakesha. What's this? Valorium Van Braces. Okay, we can socket that. All right, we have a +4 short sword of the Yakesha. Looks like. Okay, let's go ahead and socket that. Yes. Level this up. Do, 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 do. Hey, we're good there. Put this in the bonk. Okay. I think bags are clear. They're looking good. Let's go to the SK dude real quick. Where you at? Shadow Knight spells. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and knock all this out. Need to go make sure I have all my cleric spells as well. Dun 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 da da. I don't know what any of these spells do. I have never played a Shadow Knight. So we'll have to check all this out. This is one mighty full spellbook, man. I tell you what. Also, how amazing is it that we can mim spells before we are the appropriate level? Ugh. Where'd you get planar gear? From the plains, Draken. I love what I'm playing hate a little bit and realized I hated it. It was taking too long to kill mobs, so I left. But I did indeed get some planar gear, indeed. All right, where is cleric? Oh, right here, duh. Cleric? Okay, looks like I bought all cleric and all SK spells. Now right here, there's this little button called show unscribed. So it looks like I don't have any like I have no idea where these imbue spells are. Also missing magical monologue as a bard, a simple tune that adds a magical quality to your group's weapons, allowing them to harm creatures. Okay, so I don't care about that. And then life leech. Ooh, what's that? That's a tap. Oh no. Subcategory health. Let me look. Do I? Subcategory health. Oh no. Oh. Okay, it looks like I have a 49 tap, so that's not my best tap, thank goodness. This is 314 HP, and this one is 250. Okay, whew. I thought maybe somehow I wasn't able to get the best tap as an Ixar, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. My rituals, of course, were good. Macros, my melody macro. Let me put that in my bar. Okay, now we're gonna check out our spells. We have a lot of songs and spells between, because all three of these classes have songs and spells. So we're gonna take a moment here to review them all. Okay, I don't need anything out of create item. Now dots. Anti-healing covers your target in a shroud of anti-life, decreasing their ability to be healed by 20%. Ooh. Good morning, Neapolitan. Did you have to level a druid with? Yes, I did. Kickin' Tiger. I love that name. Yeah, so last week I got a druid and a wizard both up to 25. I think you only have to get the wizard to 23, but I got them both to 25 to unlock all of these self ports. Okay, now I need. We'll do Words of Dissonance. We'll do Dinins. It's a single target. Disease. Anti-healing. This may not be a bad thing to pull with, as canceling of life, but it's probably not that important early on, obviously. Spike of disease, word of shadow. Smite. Word of pain. Okay, what is this? A stun. Let me put my stun on. Yeah, 1.5 second cast. Summoned an undead. Okay, so we'll go expulse. Hey, Big V! What's up, man? Good morning, how are you? Melody is, I have to figure out what I want on my melody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What a pleasure, sir. Heals. Do greater heal here. Indirect blood. Okay, so it covers your target's hand. What causes strikes to heal? Okay, so rest. Don't care about that. Region. Okay, wait. You go down here. Pet. Ugh, stupid pet. Tiny companion bone. Okay. Consumes bone chips when cast. All right. Region. So I'm assuming tiny companion. Yeah. Okay. Don't care about that. Okay. Region. Endurance. Let's do Jackson's. Let's do him. Syndra's, don't care about that, obviously. Stat buffs. Taps, I have that. Interesting, so I can have Scream of Hate here too. Yes. Let's do a tap. Scream of Hate. Holy cow, man, I'm like out of I'm like out of spell slots. This is crazy. I'm sorry, interrupted? Oh, I'm missing bone chips. Oh, I have a bunch in like my dragon hoard or whatever.
Whatever, man. I don't even care. Whatever, man.
Dun 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 dun. Holy cow, I have Alt 2, Alt 3. I have no idea where to put this stuff. This is crazy. Where's my screen? Wait, I need direct damage, undead, expulse. Oh my, I don't have enough room. This isn't, I don't have enough room for what I want. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. Jonathan's, here we go. Jonathan's here. You know what, maybe, I don't know what to cycle out. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, beneficial. Let me go back to beneficial here so we have... I haven't even buffed myself yet, keep in mind. Doom, doo, 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 doo. Deadeye? What is that? Night vision. Mental. Yeah, I want this AoE slow. I think maybe I'll drop... I don't know what to drop. Maybe I don't need Hymn of Restoration. No. I drop Hymn of Restoration. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot of HP regen I lose there. That's unfortunate. At this level, that definitely makes a difference. Then Jackson's, I'm losing... Oh, only 4? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna drop Jackson's. That makes sense. I'll put on my slow. Yeah, you know, Stearns, that's a question that keeps getting brought up time and time again. I can't sit here and say which route is better because there's an argument for both. Do you bum rush to 50 and then immediately swap and then get your rings and you know, teleports and stuff like that? Your self ports, of course, is what I'm referring to, like you are. Or do you get those classes to 25 first? That way you can teleport around as you see fit for leveling. What? Let me think out loud with what I'm doing. Okay, I'm 99% sure I'm gonna be an Ixar. Whether I'm, because right now I'm a Bard, Cleric, Shadow Knight, so I might start as like an Ixar Shadow Knight, and then Ixar Shadow Knight Cleric, I should say. Or maybe an Ixar Shadow Knight Bard, and then I'll add the Cleric or the Bard depending upon which one I don't have at level 10. And then at level 10, I plan on booking it to Befallen. I might even go to Befallen before 10. Maybe I'll go at 8, whatever. But I plan on leveling in Befallen because great zone, great experience, great loot, even though they're planning on nerfing the loot a little bit. Plus, half of it is undead, so I would benefit as a cleric with, you know, my undead nuke line. And then at 25-ish, sometime between 25 and 30, I'm planning on going from Befallen. I would origin out of Befallen. I would teleport back to here, New Sibyllus, however you pronounce it. And then I would book it. I would run from New Seb to Lower Guck. And I would probably stay in Lower Guck. I'm planning on staying in Lower Guck until 50. Maybe I change my mind. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Because again, undead targets, undead nuke line from the cleric. You know, FBSS is there. Short sword you catches. Well, you probably won't use short sword because you have the weapons from the Fallen, but FBSS is there. Undead targets are there. You get Executioner's Hood if you want it. Serpentine Bracers if you want them. Moonstone Rings if you want them. That kind of stuff. Dark Mail Gauntlets if you want them. And then at 50, at that point in time, I can... Correct me if I'm wrong, at 50, I could origin out. I'd be in New Seb. I'd run from New Seb to Row to WC, no, EC, Eastern Commonlands, Eastern Commonlands to Tox Forest to Lava Storm into Solby. And that, of course, would get me access to Nagy if I wanted, but I think the smarter play at that point in time, you could run Nagy, you can get to Plane of Sky, you can get to Hate in Oasis, so that's close to New Seb. So I could run to Nagy, I could run to Hate. Sky, I think, is in Freeport, correct me if I'm wrong. Fear is nearby-ish. So you have access to raid zones out of New Seb without teleporting. It'd take you a little bit of time to run there, but I got Salo, so that's nice. So what I'm thinking out loud. What I'm thinking is, I think I'm probably going to prioritize my raid set, my raid combo. And then once I hit 50, I either immediately jump onto, like, if my main is a bard, let's say at 50 I unlock a main class as bard, or I stay as SK. I then swap to SK Druid Wizard, just farm the crap out of, go back to Befallen and farm the crap out of everything, get to 25, and then boom. So I've got my raid combo to 50. I've got my Wizard and Druid to 25, so I can teleport around freely as I see fit. I think that's probably what I'm gonna do, is get to 50 ASAP, then do the Druid and Wizard. And the reason why I think I do it in that order is because as an Ixar in New Seb, Befallen is 2 or 3 zones away. Lower Guck is only 2 or 3 zones away. It does not take long to run to either one, even without Salos. But if I want to have an easier time teleporting around to raid targets and raid zones, then at that point, the Druid and the Wizard come into play a lot more. So anyway, thanks for listening to me kind of vomit out a bunch of words for no real reason. Suppose if you have a plan to level to 50 which doesn't switch zones much, it won't help that much to port early on. Yeah, that's kind of my take, personally. Alright, I'm going to save this set as, let's see, add new set, SK, wait, we'll do Bard, SK, no, Bard, Clur, Shid. Okay, and then let's go ahead and get rid of everything here, and we're just gonna focus on our buffs. All right, what buffs do we got here? We got the daring, of course, yes. Symbol, yes. Okay, I need to really take a moment here just to make sure that I've got all buffs that I want on. Heals, let's see, duration heals, echoes, heals, indirect. Okay, so here, Blessing of the Squire, that's one. Direction, okay, we're good. All right, cool. Pet, I guess, I'm assuming, no, I'm not gonna worry about the pet, okay. Region, no. Stat buffs, okay, we've got Spirit Armor. Got Yelp 2. Now does Yelp 2 and Grim Aura, do they stack? We're about to find out. Let's do Grim Aura. I'm hard casting these real quick because I'm just curious. And then Yelp 2. Let's see. Yep, look at the arms. Yeah, baby, all right. Let's go. All right, so that definitely works. We want those. That's a nice little attack buff there. And we have resist buff. Do I really, dude, I don't know if resist buffs or maybe I'll just do magical resist buff for now. Let's do endure magic. Strength. Yeah, I'm not going to put a reckless strength on here because it's only a 3-minute buff and I really don't care. Taps, we're good. Transport, nothing. All right, beneficial, no. Okay, vampiric embrace, I believe, is a good one. Haste, those are songs. Invis, invuln, melee guard. This falls fast after you start taking, so I'm not gonna worry about that. And that is important. No. Spell, okay, blessing of piety. Vision, detrimental. Okay, so I'm just gonna do these. Let's go ahead and save this as Bard, Cleric, Shadow Knight, buffs. Okay. Now, this should give me what? 9 buffs total. Let's see. Let's see if I do indeed have 9 buffs. Okay. Yep. We got 9 buffs. 3 of them are permanent auras. 6 of them are cast. Very nice. Okay, we're gonna load these guys. All right, we are level 20. We've got our gear on. We've got buffs. We've got whatchamacallit. Let me actually put my movement salos. There we go. Doom doo doo doom doom doo doo doom doom. We have drums, we have mandolin, we have horn. Can't put that there, right? No. Okay. Just making sure. Maybe I don't use. Hold on 1 second. Maybe since I'm a bard, I don't worry about boots anymore. Why can't I? Hold on. Let's go with Sailors. This song cannot be played while symphonic aura is enabled. Disable symphonic aura. Do a little Sailors here, no problem. Woo! Let's go. I can just swap that out. No big deal. All right, cool. Also interested in spending a lot of time in lower Guck, and you're making a good case for why having a cleric paladin would be a good choice. I'm telling you, Scoot, Mr. Scooter. I'm telling you, partner. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Yeah, I'm very partial to, you know, a Guck, a lower Guck, and having. I'm partial toward lower Guck. I'm biased, whatever you want to call it. But having Slay Undead, having your undead nuke line is sick. Okay, I need to go through my stuff here. I'll get better harm touch over time. Got that. Leech touch, what is this? Oh, it requires, okay. Ooh, instantly drain. Oh, that's a long cooldown. My goodness. Reaching notes, scribble notes, singing mastery, soul abrasion. Wait, why do I? That's odd. That's really odd. You know, soul abrasion, what is this? This passive ability increases the base damage of life taps. Ooh, I like that. Let's go ahead and start training that. Why not, right? We'll go ahead and invest in that. We got turn undead, which I don't care about. Unbound boon. Healing spells of fortune, scoring exceptional heal. Okay. Unholy steel. Okay, so nothing else in class. We'll definitely keep an eye on soul abrasion. I run warrior, druid, necromancer with my first 3 level 50s. Having a charm pet and a DD nuke and lower Guck was a joke. Yeah, almost unreal. I just hit 50 on my first combo. My first combo was, oops, disable this. Actually, you know what? No. Let's get rid of chords. And we'll just do that. That makes more sense. Anyway, yeah, my first, I just hit 50 on my first trio. It was Monk, Paladin, Bard, which was great for leveling. Truly a fantastic combo for leveling. My concern, of course, comes from the sustain and just the power that combo brings to raids. Solo raids, to be clear, solo raids. I don't think it's... I just don't see it being worthwhile, personally. For solo raids. I don't see it being strong for solo raids, I should say, you know? And so I have elected to drop the monk, even though I really, really, really like monk. Like, I love playing as a monk. I'm gonna be testing out Bard, Cleric, Shadow Knight here this week. Which is fine. I mean, I think this combo is gonna be quite potent at max level. So I'm excited to see what it can do. But I'm gonna miss my monk. Brutal, they're doing an updated EverQuest. Okay, so Big V. Big V. Let me take a sip of my coffee from my EverQuest mug here, and I'll let you know what's going on. Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 sips. Anyway, so yeah, what's happening, Big V? Let me hold on. Do you know what the hero's journey is, or in this case was? Have you heard of the hero's journey, Versailles? Versailles. Looking at Rogue Warrior or Berserker with Cleric? Yeah. Again, don't get me wrong, Almost Unreal. I think that any combo, for the most part, can definitely kill, you know, level 0, like tier 0, whatever you want to call it, raid targets. I think that's intentional. I think that's important, etc., etc. But I want more than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like, okay, I've killed things on a +0, no big deal. No, I mean, I want to be killing things on at least 2, if not higher, by myself. Yeah, give me the 3, give me the 4, but I want 2 to be the bare minimum for me as a solo player. Bare minimum. So I'm looking for a combo that will hold its own and then some. All right, just for simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna spin up a personal instance. Oops, I need to drop this one. At a plus. Ooh, you know what? No, well, you know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm actually not gonna spin up a personal instance. I'm gonna go to level 2 here. And I just want to see what I can do at level 2. Hey, Beldeet, I just saw you. Beldeet, good morning, hello. What's up, dude? Okay, so I'll make a long story short. Big V. So the hero's journey was an emulated EverQuest server that launched last year. Oh, I gotta remember, I don't have Feign Death. Oh crap, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. I do not have Feign Death. I'm so used to being a monk, in case that wasn't apparent. But THJ, the Hero's Journey, was an emulated EverQuest server that launched in like October of 2024, so almost 2 years ago. And right away, right out of the gate, it was extremely popular. And I mean extremely popular. People... Hold on one second, I gotta swap this out. People wound up, dagnabbit. People wound up playing the app, myself included, wound up playing the absolute snot out of the game. And what made it so good? What made it so unique, etc., etc. Triple class system, custom content, you leveled gear differently, and so on and so forth. Not differently, you were able to level up gear. And it made everything soloable. You know, you could go kill Nagafin by yourself. You could go kill Vox by yourself. Kazakh Thul by yourself. Interrupt by yourself. Eventually, when Kunark, Velius, Luckland, Pop launched, you could kill the gods by yourself. You could go kill Quorn by yourself at the end of Plane of Time. It was awesome. And everything was scaled and tuned, you know, to appropriately to be done by yourself. You get the idea. It really was. It was a fantastic experience. It was so much fun. I played the crap out of it. Well, it was an emulated server, and it got so much attention because of what it was doing, and people were donating to the developers. Anyway, Daybreak, the company who owns EverQuest, they sued them. And they said, can't do it. No, sir. You're doing too much, making too much money. You're making us look bad, man. And so Daybreak shut them down. For better or for worse, they shut them down. But Daybreak also noticed that people seem to be having a really good time with the content. And so they went to work and they hired an outside team. Hilariously enough, they actually hired other popular EverQuest emulator developers. And they said, can you replicate what the THJ devs did? And they said, sure. And they've been developing the game for the past year or so, and that game is this game, EverQuest Legends. And there are similarities. It's not the same thing as THJ, but there are many similarities, such as triple class system. Right now, I'm a Bard, Cleric, Shadow Knight. I am 100% all three classes. I'm not a little bit of each. I'm 100% of each. So there's that. It is a solo game. You'll see me soloing pretty much anytime I'm on playing it. I'm soloing. I've grouped a couple of times, but I prefer solo. Thus, I play solo. Everything is scaled, including raids to be soloed. You can group with people. Groups are up to 4 people. Raids are up to 8 people. So you don't have to solo everything, but you are able to solo everything. There are different levels of difficulty. Currently, there are 5 levels of difficulty, 0 through 4. So if something is too easy, bump it up. If something's too hard, bump it down. That kind of stuff. And so on and so forth. Oh, and also you get different levels of gear. You can see like my Executioner's Hood is a +6. That means that I've gotten a bunch of Executioner's hoods to drop in Lower Guck over the past few weeks. And so I have I've combined them to increase the stats you get on them, to increase the power that you get from the item itself. Anyway, so that's the gist of it. And it's to say that it's fun would be an understatement, my friend. It is an absolute blast. It is so much fun. Remember Progressive Servers? You piqued my interest in that for a brief time, brought back good memories. Well, Big V, let me tell you about this one. Perhaps you only have a few minutes to play at any given moment. Perhaps you only have a couple of nights to play per week. Cool, man. You can solo your way through everything. Log in, lock in, rock and roll, log out when you're done. It's genuinely fantastic. I'm surprised the same thing didn't happen with Ultima Online with how popular the Outlands are. I don't know anything about Ultima Online. But yeah, I got nothing. Taking out the Shadow Knight here. Bone Skeleton. Don't need that one. Do need that one. Thank you. Dude, I keep looking toward my bar to see if my Mend is off cooldown. But I don't have Mend anymore. I'm so sad. THA started selling microtransactions though, which yeah. I'm trying to remember. What did they sell on their little donation? It was a donation base or something like that. I can't remember. Was it bags? No, correct me if I'm wrong. Everything they sold, the only thing they sold was like the in-game currency. Then you took the in-game currency in to buy things like bags, experience potions, and stuff like that. I can't remember. You know what? I'm actually gonna drop my Expulse Undead for just a direct damage line. Like Smite, I guess. Yeah, because these guys are not undead, of course. How dare you, priest? How dare you? Ooh, I'm about to ding. Nice. Well, it's funny you say that, Stearns, because I didn't drop a single penny on the game. I had so many of those tokens you're referring to from playing the game a bunch and farming in game. I had everything that I wanted in that game free to play, and I got the majority of my tokens in Velius, believe it or not, whenever Velius launched, because I spent an unbelievable amount of time in Dragon Acropolis pulling the entire zone and AoEing everything down. And I'd say, you know, oh, hello Gynok. Every full, no, I'd say every 2 or 3 full clears I'd get a token. So if I'm there, you know, for X amount of hours doing full clears every 30 minutes, because I can't remember repop. Anyway, the point is, I'd get a token every hour or 2. And it just wound up, I didn't need to spend money. I don't like spending money in that sense anyway, but I definitely didn't need to spend money, which was quite nice for me. Imagine from a legal standpoint, it makes the case against them quite a lot easier. Yeah, the fact that EQ slows them go, oh my god, Big V, for real, man. It's insane when you stop and think about it, right? Insane. Okay, level 21, what do I get? I don't know, let's find out. 21. Here we go. Oh, new symbol. Okay. Dark Empathy creates a dark pack that transfers 30 of your hit points. Okay, don't care about that. Got a little gate thing there, something like that. A fear. 2 fears. Okay, so I get a new symbol. That's nice. I don't know what to do with my mana. Like, I feel like I can't hard cast a nuke that's 2.5 seconds. I mean, I guess I could, but actually I don't know what to do with my mana, because I have Spellblade on. I don't want to use Inversion, because Inversion, then I remove the Spellblade effect. I don't know. Oh, I never got my AoE dot back on. Whoops. Where are you? Whoops. There we go. Save this. Yes. Go ahead and load my buffs again. Let's go ahead and get our new symbol up. There we are. Let's save this. Yes. And then I don't need that, so let's go ahead and drop it. I just wanted to save the new set. Soldier's tied to Rogue and Bard. What do you think for a 3rd class? Okay, if you are dead set on Rogue and Bard, I think a Paladin would be nice for, you know, self heals. Cleric would be nice for self heals. I probably wouldn't do something like I probably wouldn't do Druid. I mean, Shaman would be okay, because, you know, heals, buffs. You don't really need to slow from the Shaman though, because you have a Bard. I mean, right now, just off the top of my head, without really digging into it, I'd probably go either Paladin or Cleric. Paladin would probably net you a bit more damage, because, you know, melee. Cleric would get you more buffs, more HP by extension, a much better heal if and when you needed it. Undead nukes, but then you're not going to be casting your undead nukes, because you're going to be casting or singing songs in your melody as a bard. So I'd probably go Pally. Again, thinking out loud and thinking my way through it, I'd probably do Pally. You could do SK, but I think that you'd probably struggle a little bit in the sustain department. Are you able to melee through a big cast? Like, I see myself swinging. Am I meleeing through this 2.5 second cast? Does anyone know? It's so early. Where? Where? Color Toad, I've been awake since 5 a.m. I went live 4 hours ago. I've been streaming for 4 hours, man. Thank you, Wuxtree. I appreciate that. The stop and uppergut for Ghoulbane. Yeah. Thank you, Wuxtree. Wuxtree. I appreciate the education. Thank you. Have they added anything to Warrior to make it somewhat no, Stearns. I not that I know of. Monk, Warrior, Cleric was my first combo, and don't get me wrong, it had plenty of survivability. Plenty of, hey, I'm not gonna die. But the damage was lacking. Holy moly, man. I was doing very little damage as that combo. Oops, wrong way. Oopsies. Wuxtree, okay, thank you. Psychopath behavior. Import Brutal says no stream tomorrow because he's I mean, you might be onto something there, Billy. You might be right.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Speaking of being tired, hello, yawn. Listen, I'm doing the thing I hate most in an MMO. What's that? Crafting? Ah, yes. Of course, of course, of course. Good old crafting. Can never go wrong. Oh, hello. We got, oh my God, where are all these mobs coming from? What the heck? Look at this. Help. So to see someone playing and not seeing Bard spam, there's gotta be builds like, all right, listen. Don't tell him, guys, but I'm actually playing a bard. I'm actually a bard. Don't tell him. I don't want to upset him, all right? Don't tell him, but I'm literally a bard. Are you? Where are the particle effects? I have particle effects turned off because they're a daggum eyesore, man. Holy moly, I hate the eyesore that comes with spell effects. Yeah. In fact, let me give you the in case anyone doesn't know. And by the way, somebody had to educate and tell me about it. I didn't just know this by default, so believe me. I was very happy to learn this, but if you type that, oops, hold on, wait. If you type that, it turns, I'm dying! If you type that, it turns your spell effects off. Hell! Where's my lay on hands? I need lay on hands! Yeah, but I couldn't take it anymore, man. I could not take it anymore. I had to turn it off. It was driving me nuts. Do 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 do. All right, I'm gonna drop into recovery stance here. I'm actually gonna drop into balance stance as well, or recovery invocation. Excuse me. Ooh, smells like somebody's cooking something delicious in the kitchen. Yummy. Do 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 do. All right, I am no longer Spellblade procking. I do not have Mend, sadly. Do, 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 do. Oh, stun that heal. Get wrecked, nerd. Smite. Oh man, they're gonna get the heal off. Dagnabbit. Ah, dagnabbit. You know, let me drop into inversion for this. Oh, my heal's on cooldown. Dagnabbit. I didn't even notice. I hate this so much. Okay, priest is now. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Drop back into recovery invocation. Rind, Rind. What? Reeve? You talking about Reeve? This ability? Or is it a spell? Yeah, so Shadow Knights get Reeve. This ability reaves your current target, dealing physical damage as well as converting 3% of your maximum HP into amplified magical damage. Reeve will also reduce the cooldown of Harm Touch. So yes, I do Reeve regularly. Okay, let's get on the priest here. Oh, getting stunned. Don't mind me. Turning my back to mobs. It's all good. And still stunned. There we go. Still stunned. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. All right, we're going to drop into our DPS stances here. And we are going to be ready to stun. Oh, no, I'm stunned, so I can't stun the priestess. Okay, priestess just got healed up quite a bit. Oh, dang. I just chunked her for something. Gonna cast a smite. Oh, yeah, there it is. We're good. We're good. We're good. Found out about Legends like a week ago. I've been on a deep dive ever since. I quit playing in 2001. So, Wuxtree, so I found out about Legends, I don't know, a month or two. It's not like a month or two. I can't remember if I was if I heard about it like the day they announced it or shortly thereafter, but I've known about it. It's been on my radar. But I was I picked WoW back up at the end of last year, and I had joined a raiding guild. I was on a raiding schedule. I was doing Mythic Plus. But the more I played WoW, the more I started loathing the experience. I am at a point in my life, man, for whatever reason, I cannot stand being dependent on other people to accomplish something in a video game. Don't ask me why. I don't know. It drives me nuts. Hold on one second. Looks like I just get bravery here. So over the months of March and April and May, I just started again loathing that experience more and more and more until I reached a breaking point, so to speak. And I'm like, you know what am I doing, man? If I'm not having fun playing WoW, don't play. Oh god, no, I don't want to save. If I'm not having fun playing WoW, don't play WoW. So I stepped away from the game. I told my, the leadership of the guild that I just was not having fun. I don't want to be doing this. I appreciate the opportunity, etc., but I got to get out of here. And so I quit WoW because I just did not want to be doing Mythic Plus and Mythic raiding and stuff with other people. Let me just save this. Yes, let's go ahead and quick buff. And it was just a happy coincidence, so to speak, that my stepping away from WoW is within, a reasonable amount of time of this game launching. And so I got lucky enough to be I'm lucky enough to be in the beta, so I'm able to continue streaming, which is nice. A game that I find to be tremendously fun, that I can solo anything and everything, I can solo to my heart's content, And I'm extremely appreciative of the opportunity. Played EQ heavily around 2000, just heard about Legends, now I'm super hooked interest wise, and I haven't even played yet. Oh yeah, the more you play, the less you want to. The game becomes jobs, the jobs need teams. I stop. I love playing with my buds. I've been doing Star Citizen since 2014. Wow. Yeah, exactly, Crownew. That's exactly where my head is at, man. If I want to solo, right? Like I know that about myself. I know I want to solo, etc. But if I want to group, I can. If one of you guys hops on and asks me to do something, or if you guys need help with something, I can lend a helping hand, and it's totally fine and completely manageable, and so on and so forth. As long as it's an option and not a requirement. Dun, dun, dun. That's my big thing. Just let it. I just want it to be an option, not a requirement. I went Ultima Online, EverQuest, Dark Age of Camelot, many years of WoW. I had to stop playing EQ after 10 years, 6 years of hardcore raiding as a teen doing 17-hour days. It became a job until I got a real job. Yeah, that's very similar to my experience, Scrapped. So I played EverQuest on my cousin's account in 1999, and then I eventually had to get my own account because I was playing on her account too often, and I got in trouble for it. Not trouble, but my aunt called my mom and explained the situation, and then my cousin took her account back. And then somehow I convinced my parents to buy me an account and pay a sub. I wish I could like relive that conversation. I have no idea how the conversation went, but oh my god, where are these people? Where are these NPCs coming from? But clearly it went well enough because I got my own account, and I started playing. And I played EverQuest religiously. I mean, I was skipping school. It was not good, but I played that game from 99 to 2004, and I stopped playing EverQuest for EverQuest 2. And then I stopped playing EverQuest 2 after about 6 months, and I started playing WoW and never looked back. And here we are today. Probably crossed paths in Daok. I went by Peak or Socrates or Wuxtree. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Oh, Aaron Choi was that dude. Color Toad, I started looking into that game after you posted that video last night. Don't threaten me with a good time. For real, man. It looks fun. Seriously, it looks fun. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. I mean, I guess that's easy for me to say that. Scrapped because most of my friends, not all, but most of my friends in high school also played EverQuest. So it just made it really easy to enjoy the game without feeling like I was missing out on a bunch of real life opportunities and socializations and stuff like that. You know, in the perspective of a teenager, I should clarify. Because I was 13 when I started playing it in 99. Ooh, get harm touched. I was 13 when I started playing. And I stopped playing in 04, which means I guess I was 18. So I played it for a solid 5 years. Similar, EverQuest had a pretty big negative impact on my life. I'm a bit disappointed in my parents for letting me play as much as I did. Yeah, blame the parents. Yeah. It was the 90s, early 2000s. Our parents were just happy we were home. Were they? That we were out. Supposed to be out. Staying out until dark. Aaron Shore was a fun play. Is there any replayability with Aaron Shore? Like, is it a game that you would like play weekly? They're about to introduce raids, Scrapped. So I don't know if there's like a, play until you're max level, get geared up, do raids, then log in. Is it then you raid log? I'm not sure what the game looks like in that sense. I was an adult already when I started, didn't skip school, but I'd stay up till 3 to 4, sleep for a couple hours, then head to work. That sounds good. That's good. Scared of the drama your sim raiders will unleash on the guild when you start playing favorites with the loot. That's so funny. Went from Luckland to House of Thule before I quit. Long ride. That is a long ride. Good grief. 3 real life buddies. 3 real life buddies. I had to join EverQuest about the same time. I did still talk to each other. Stoked to bring the band back together in the same game. Haven't kept up with it. Yeah. Video said it's gonna take a while to gear up the raid team. You will want to. That's awesome. And it's still in early access, right? Color Toad? I think that's what the developer was saying. Like, it's not even full release yet. That's so cool. Well, so far, Bard SK Cleric feels perfectly fine. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's the most fun I've had in the game so far, or that it's broken and overpowered and whatnot. But for being level 22, going on 23, everything feels fine. Now 23, I get a new undead nuke. Can't use it on these guys. I get a remove lesser curse. Ooh, Scream of Pain. What's this? Covers your target in a massive darkness that steals their armor? Oh, who cares about that? What the heck? Salos Consonant Chain. Oh, that's the single target. Okay, that's single target. Okay. That's something I can actually start putting in my melody, which is nice. Right now, the thing that I'm missing most, and the thing that's the weirdest for me to recognize about swapping from Monk Paladin to SK Cleric, is that I no longer have Mend, and I no longer have Lay on Hands. And I miss I miss those skills quite a bit. It's weird sitting at like 45% HP. I'm fine. I know I'm not going to get one shot, but it's weird sitting at... Well, I just Spellblade proc 2 life taps in a row. Anyway, it's weird sitting here at that range, knowing that if I wanted to get healed, I'd have to cast a healing spell, which is not a big deal. I'm not saying that it's upsetting. It's just different because when I was leveling as a paladin monk, it was either mend or lay on hands, and then mend is a 90-second cooldown, so it's up relatively quickly, and then lay on hands, while it's a 15-minute cooldown, every time you cast smite as a paladin, which is something you can auto skill, it shaves off like a minute or something. I can't remember what it is, like a minute or so off your lay on hands, so it's up very quickly, and it's a lot of fun. Whereas here, you know, I'll have to either cast a life tap thing here, which is fine. There we go. It works. But it also costs mana, obviously, 5 or 6% mana. It's like a multi-boxing raid in your own dream whalehead of WoW. At one time or another, raid on your own. Dude, I'm not kidding, Color Toad. When you linked that video last night, my literally my first thought, because I had heard of Aaron Shore before. I hadn't played it. I don't know much about it. But what I did know at the time was, there's not a lot to do in that game. Why would I want to play that game? But, you know, appropriately so, I took the time to watch the video to educate myself and learn more. And I'm so glad I did, because the fact that they're introducing, you know, raiding, more gear, more progression, etc., it looks like it'd be a fun ride. Would it be a game that I'd play all day, every day for a year straight? No, it's not that kind of game. But it'd be a really fun game to play as somebody who is really enjoying the idea of solo player MMOs right now. I think it just seems like a really good idea in that case, you know? I like the idea a lot. I like it a lot. Oh, dang, damn it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's not good. It's not good. I just hit level 23. I did not get my new song or whatever it is up. Gotta be careful. I'm just life tapping. Oh god, they just harm touched me or something. Hey. Where's my lay on hands? Nah, I'm fine. It's no big deal. I can't feign. I can't lay on hands. I can't mend. I got nothing. I feel like you shouldn't be able to auto skill smite. Why is that, Stearns? Aw, dang, and look, now I have more targets on me. Dang nabbit. Oh no. Now I have 3 targets. I'm Let me drop into recovery mode. Oh my god, does more keep coming? Oh, it's the pet, never mind. It's such a powerful ability. There should be some component of attention in the game. Listen, my attention is Twitch chat, all right? That's where I want my attention at. No, I don't know, man. Like for me, the more I can auto skill, the better. Like melody, let me just auto skill everything. I've played WoW long enough to where I don't want to deal with a rotation. You know what I mean? I don't need a rotation. I don't want a rotation, dagnabbit. Let me auto skill everything. Okay, what did I get at 23? Oh, that's all right. The single target Salos. Let me put it here. So slow single target Salos. Let me just do Bard real quick. Bruce Ghost doesn't really do anything. Group, single. Don't care about Mez. Group single, I got that. Okay, so good. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Go do that. A melody can be, what is this? 3, 6, 7, so 8, 9. Okay. We'll do Q melody as well. Oh, actually, wait a second. Stop song. You want to have it set up like that. Yes. So this can now be stop song. Just in case I need to do it that way. You get rid of that. All right, cool. I think we're good. Let's head this way. You're now full health, full mana, full this, full that. We good, we good, we good. Yeah, I love this playlist I have. Love it. Yeah, wait till you're moving around from different stances and invocations. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so I will be 24 relatively soon. So let's look and see what we got at 24. 24, we've got an Echo, don't care about. Oh, Feign Death, there it is. Okay. Now, dude, my complaint about Feign Death is that, you know, I have to keep it on my spell bar, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. I guess it's worth it. What's a cast time on it as well? Let's see. Feign Death is 1.5. Okay. I've never been in SK, so I have no idea what a Feign Death spellcast looks like by comparison. I'm assuming it's not as good. Okay, got that. Get kicked. Get kicked. Feign Death is like 0.5 delayed. You used to have to stop. The heck? Where'd all these NPCs come from? What the heck? What a bunch of goobers. So right now this is beta. It's closed beta, so you have to be invited and stuff. Stuff like you're winning. You know, you have to have a key, a beta key to get in. Pre-orders go up for the game in 2 days, Versilius. This game is $20 upfront cost, and it's $10 a month if you want to sub to the game and play. So keep that in mind. If you pre-order, then on July 1st. You have access to the beta. You'll have a fresh beta with a whole bunch of people. They're going to be doing stress tests and all that fun stuff. And then I believe it's the 23rd question mark. The beta servers come down, and then the game launches on the 28th of July. I believe that is the timeline we're looking at for everything right now. The 21st, so it's a whole week in advance. Okay. So servers come down the 21st, and then the 28th the game goes live. Feign Death gets shifted to an A, so frees up a spell gem. Can't remember what error or whatever though. Also, good morning all. Hey Axe, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm assuming the thing about this version of the game is, you know, the AAs are very different than what we're used to. I don't, you know, that AA doesn't exist now. I'd love for them to do a massive AA overhaul and kind of go back to the drawing board on some of the AAs. I mean, things like acrobatics existing is just silly, in my opinion. Like scribble notes, like we don't need we don't need some of these AAs, you know what I mean? So it'd be really nice if they fine-tuned them a little bit and improved them a little bit, but I'm also not gonna sit here and whine about it too much. Oh, I hope scrapped. That'd be sick. Count me in, man. We are cruising through these levels right now. Good grief. Cruising, I say. Not using a lot of my mana. Well, things to get out of the box, which I feel could be A's, extra spell gems, for example. Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have extra spell gems. We have 6 spell gems that you unlock via AAs with mnemonic retention right here. Mine's maxed out, as you can see. Yes. Yes. Dropping the balance stance. Doom, 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 doom. Yep. Already an AA. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can't decide what to play. I know my second, third class would be Shaman Mage, but I don't know if I should go SK or Warrior for my main class. I don't want to mislead you, Bushy. I probably wouldn't go Warrior. In my opinion, right now, Warrior is only good based on the other one or two classes you have at your disposal. I find that Warrior is a bit, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great tank, but it's a bit lacking in every other sense. Doesn't really have any damage it brings to the table. Doesn't really have anything worthwhile other than just being a tank. If you are a shaman and a mage, I mean, are you planning on having your pet tank for you? Your mage pet, Bushy? Oh, snap, son. 24. Hold on. 24, 24, 24. What do I get? Oh, yeah, Feign Death. We've already talked about that. Okay, we get Feign Death. And that's about it. Okay. Let me go ahead. I don't know where. Okay, Feign Death is under Misk. Where's that? I need. I got rid of something. What is it called? Was it direct damage? No. A dot. I think it was a dot. Yeah. Anti-healing, that's what it was. Okay. Cute. Here we are. Alright, so if I want to feign death. Oh, that's so weird. Oh no! How do I? Oh man. I guess I have to sit stand. That's dumb. Dang nabbit. I'm used to feign death, just pressing feign death again to get up now. Dang nabbit. Stupid feign death. Anyway, to get back to what we were talking about, Bushy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think SK or Paladin is probably going to be your best bet. Which one? I don't know. If I, oops, I did not mean to drop into recovery stance there. If I were you, I mean, I prefer Paladin because I love having lay on hands. I just love the safety net that is lay on hands. Oops, I'm in inverse. Dang nabbit, I'm in the wrong stance. But you know, by the time you get your SK to 50, well, here's the thing, right? SK benefits heavily from having a lot of HP. What provides a lot of HP? Cleric buffs. The reason why that matters is because of your Reave ability. If you read it here, dealing physical damage with Reave converts 3% of your max HP into amplified magic damage. So, if you aren't maximizing your HP, you're leaving a bit on the table with Reeve. Is it that big of a deal? No, but maybe Paladin would be the best option for that combo. I'm not sure, but maybe worth thinking about. Warrior would likely get a fundamental change, though. We can only hope, Stearns. We can only hope. Smite and Reeve have really made the Knights stand out. Agreed, man. Agreed. That's a straight up superior currently. Yep. I'm going to tank and have the pet DPS. Okay, so Bushy, if that's the case, I would go. If I were you, I would try Paladin. SK may be, you know, more your speed. It may be a better, synergistically. Is that a word, synergistically? We're gonna pretend that's a word. It may be better, but I would probably start with Paladin and take it from there. Changes are coming for Warrior, by the way. Oh, really? Is that something they talked about on a stream, or is that something on the Discord server that we're not allowed to talk about publicly? Doom, 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 doom. Do 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 do. Warrior, Enchanter, and Druid need to go up. What do you dislike about Enchanter? I agree, Druid. I don't think Druid has a lot to offer, other than getting to 25 for ports. Our Discords can't say any of what they're doing at the moment. When you say it's our Discord, are you talking about the beta Discord or something else entirely almost unreal? Lack of class AA. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's a good. I haven't played Enchanter yet, so forgive me. The beta one, yeah. I'll admit I don't read the beta Discord all day, every day, or regularly, or whatever you want to call it. So a lot of the things that are discussed there slip through the cracks for me. But that's very good to know, sir. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for sharing with the class. All right, let's see if I can. Oh, yeah, that's right. Harm touched him before he could get a heal off. Yeah, it's hard keeping up with servers like that when it's not even like that active of a server, but it's hard keeping up with it. Yeah. Hopefully buffed. Listen, like we were saying a minute ago, right now between SK, Pally, Warrior is the weakest of the three, not in terms of tanking ability, but what do they bring to the table, you know? Not much. Like literally not much at all is brought to the table as a Warrior at this stage, at this point. Oh yeah, the Enchanter pet is really nice here, right? Heals you for a bit of damage, which is nice. Good point, good point. Ooh, look, I can get my new Soul Abrasion. Yay. I wonder how often my VE is proccing. Is the base damage lifetimes triggered by VE? Alright, let's go ahead and just slot it in, baby. Why not, right? Why not? It's not as strong as you may think, Keen, in my experience. I have a Warrior 45 and I was very unimpressed by it, personally. Hold on, I gotta pay attention to this priest's... whatchamacallits. No, I'm on... No, she healed, no! You're like, nerd. Yeah, I was very unimpressed by Warrior Cleave. Anyway, Paladin probably outperforms Warrior by a lot from a survivability standpoint, though. I mean, in terms of mitigation, I could not sit here and tell you if Warrior mitigates more damage than Paladin. But in terms of sustain, yeah, Paladin has Lay on Hands, of course. That's up every literally like 3 minutes, which is huge. It has self-heals. SK has self-heals in the form of their life tap procs, their VE. So it's one of those things to where Warrior tanks well enough, in my opinion. But again, it goes back to something I said a few minutes ago. What determines whether a warrior is going to be good or not is what's coupled with it. For instance, warrior, cleric, bard, very good. It is an extremely strong combo. So if you play a warrior, cleric, bard, you're fine. However, if you play, let's say, warrior, shaman, wizard, probably not that good. You know what I mean? Not that good. Warrior being able to dual wield doesn't matter now since the right combo makes a knight dual wield too. Yep. I was hoping they would bring back the XR tail whip racial. I mean, so as a monk, I have my tail rake ability. Moo. Is it moot witch or moo twitch? Anyway, but an XR racial, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. That's too bad. Maybe I should rethink my primary then. Warrior, necromancer, shaman was my plan. Moo like a cow. It was a stun. That's cool. I don't remember that at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, Keen. If you played a warrior, necromancer, shaman, you would be just fine. You'd be able to level without any issues. You'd be able to roll through Guck, Soulby, the whole, etc. You would be invited to groups, and you'd be able to raid with other players if you're planning on playing with other people. But in terms of soloing raid targets, it'd probably feel a bit lacking, if I had to guess. I obviously don't have personal experience with that combo, but it is absolutely something that would level just fine and do entry level stuff at max level just fine. But you're not going to be, you know, a powerhouse if I had to make an educated guess. They deemed it OP compared to other races. Wait, when you say racials, am I crazy? What racial, like when I think of racials, I think of WoW, right? You know, Tauren, War Stomp, you know, Troll, Berserking, that kind of stuff. I don't remember EverQuest having, I mean, for instance, I know that, you know, XRs have higher HP regen, slightly higher AC. I know that. Right, ogres have frontal stun immunity, but I don't remember like an on-use ability, like a tail whip ability that you would use as an XR. I just don't remember that. That's crazy. I don't think making the best combo is the right goal early on. You can always switch later. Sure. I guess it depends on what your goals are, you know, what you're trying to achieve. Because I do agree that you can always change. You can, and there's no rush. Like, you don't have to be killing Nagafin day one. You don't have to be clearing Plane of Fear week one. You don't have to do that. If you can, more power to you. But again, I guess it just depends on your goals, right? Because for me, I love to raid, and I love to get the good gear and you know, be the good player and whatnot. So while it is true that you don't have to worry about your combo early on, if you know, in the sense of you can always change it. No, you know, speaking for myself and knowing myself, I want to start raiding as soon as possible to get gear, to get, you know, things on cooldown, etc., etc. But not everyone is gonna have the same goals in that sense. So yeah, you're right, obviously. Something I didn't love about THJ was that I felt like I made mistakes with combos that meant I had to remake. I love that there's none of that in EQJ? EQL, except maybe the delay before being able to change your race. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, or don't forget, we will eventually, my understanding is we will eventually get more character slots to level more characters and to have alts. It's just not something they're planning on having out the gate. I'm stunned! Curse you, priest! Got him. Got him. That's weird. My map only shows one NPC being up in here. Oh, I thought I was on a I thought I was on a personal instance. What the heck? Oh, that's funny. That's actually really funny. I thought I was on a personal instance. Lol. Invader. Google returned this. The XR tail whip was removed in the 2001 patch. This change is part of it. That is crazy. Moo, you could have shown up to this stream today and you could have said, Brutal, I will pay you $1 bajillion to tell me the XR racial that was removed in 2001, or, and I would have said, what are you talking about? Or you could have said, Brutal, I'll pay you $1 bajillion, you know, for you could have phrased it however you wanted to phrase it. Just tell me what the XRs had, you know, the racial they had. I would have said more heals, question mark. Like more innate healing, more innate DP AC. I was playing XR in Kunark when they launched. That is crazy. I genuinely do not remember that. That is nuts. That is crazy to me. Dun, 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 dun. There should be a locked-in hardcore. I don't know about that. I don't like hardcore games. I don't like dying and losing everything. That's not, to me, that's not fun. But I understand that it definitely appeals to some people. But man, I could never play a hardcore character ever. Ooh, I'm 25. I just hit 25. What do I get at 25? Let's see. 25. We got Sermon of the Righteous. It's a dot. We have Guard. Psalm of Warmth. Oh, joy. You know what? Let me save this. Yes. Let's go ahead and load buffs. We can swap Guard in now. Go to Spirit Armor, put up Guard. Do a little quick buff here. A quick buff here. A quick buff here. There we are. Wait a second. Did I? Bravery and Symbol. Bravery and Symbol. Ryleton? Is that what it was? Yeah, okay, cool. This, save, and my buffs, yes. Load normal. Good. I love XR Warrior, was great for spelling reps while tanking. It worked like a bash, but you could dual wield and still have a bash like skill without a shield. That's crazy, man. I never in my wildest dreams would I have remembered that. That is insane. Please keep in mind, I was 14 when Kunark came out. So I probably didn't even know that skill existed because I probably didn't even know how to find it back in the day. I was but a wee lad who knew not what he was doing. But a wee lad indeed. Dude, I'm still loving my little flexing arm icons side by side right here. Little Grim, Aura, and Yelp. Love it. Love it. Bum ba-dum. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, the question becomes, should I scoot over to lower Guck at 25, or should I get a few more levels? I have the gear in the AAs to do it. It's not a matter of, oh no, could I do it? Oh, I could do it. It's just, do I want to? Or do I want to keep farming these blues? Oh, decisions. Okay, he's stunning me. I should have stunned his stun. I shouldn't have done that, because now he's gonna get hot up. Now he's gonna hard cast a heal. But I can stun his heal. There it is. Gotcha, punk. Ah, rats. Got him. All right, we're good. We're good. Let me see. What do I get at 26? I get fears. I remember that actually. A word of spirit. That's looks like it's an AOE. Thank the Dead. Bard fear. That's a charm. So I don't really get anything good at 26 or 27. 28 I get 28 I get heat blood. Interact disease, so I don't get anything good at 28 either. Hey, nabbit. Imbue, wrath. I get a pet at 29 that I don't care about. Summon vitality. Divine barrier. That's cool, but I don't really get anything good at 20. Man, I don't get anything good for the next few levels. That's unfortunate. How unfortunate. Hey, by the way, I really appreciate you guys joining me on this early Sunday morning. I guess it's not so early anymore, but Sunday morning. If you've been here for any amount of time, thank you for being here today. Appreciate you. Oh, I'm gonna get stunned. Oh, I got stunned. Here comes the heal. Here comes the heal. Yo, Bala, what up, baby? Our EQ servers. Our EQ. No, I can't imagine, Baller. This is not EverQuest. This is EverQuest Legends. It is a different game. This is a game that's launching next month. Oh, no need to apologize. I just didn't understand what you asked first. It's all good. Anyway, this is a game that's launching next month. It is kind of like a reimagining, retelling of EverQuest that is specifically solo oriented. So this is not retail EQ. This is not, you know, these are not the live servers. This is actually a beta server for the EverQuest Legends game. And it's definitely different by design. Dad friendly, exactly. Yes, exactly. Well said, sir. Well said. Oh, hello. Hello there. Hello, Mr. Ranger. Yeah, but in this version of the game, Baller, it's entirely soloable. It is triple class, so you can play 3 classes at the same time, and you get the benefit of all 3. Raids are soloable, dungeons are soloable. There are 5 levels of difficulty, so you can go up and down as you see fit, depending upon what you're comfortable doing by yourself. You can group with people. So if you want to run with people in a dungeon, it's 4 people total, including yourself. If you want to raid with people, it's up to 8. But again, you can either solo raids, duo raids, or have 8 people in a raid. It's up to you. And right now it is or when it launches in July, max level's 50. It's all of the classic experience, as you know, love, and remember. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me. Kunark comes out toward the end of the year, assuming it doesn't get delayed. But the first expansion, arguably one of, if not the greatest expansions, perhaps, you know, there's an argument to be made for Velius, argument to be made for Pop, but Kunark to me is legit. That comes out toward the end of the year. And we're good to go. Good to go. Doom, 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 doo, 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 doo. You know, I said maybe we should go to Lower Guck, but I'm telling you what, man, I am just cruising through this level right here. I'm going to drop into my recovery stance. I might go make a 3rd cup of coffee. I also haven't even seen my kids this morning. They woke up probably a couple hours ago, and they haven't come into the office, which is unusual for them. They usually barge in here and, "Hi, Dad. Morning, Dad." Kunark is goated, man. Goated, sir. Goated. Best. Considering I started playing right around Luckland dropped, I don't understand the appeal to Kunark Valleys. All I know is the moon and... Okay, so you have to look at it. This is just me kind of... I don't know. The way that you have to look at it, in my opinion, scrapped. Excuse me. Excuse me. when the game launched in 99, it was the first 3D, you know, MMO. You could live in the world, etc., etc. Really inhabit your character. And max level at that time was 50. You had Vox, Nagy, a couple of gods. You know, over the course of a year, they updated things, improved things, and then when Kunark dropped, the quality of life improvements and the caliber and quality of the zones and the itemization in the raids. I mean, Classic is amazing, and I love Classic, but the leap from Classic to Kunark, just in terms of what it provided, was insane. Between, again, leveling zones, the raids themselves, the bosses themselves, the loot, class sets, it was just a huge improvement on pretty much everything. And then Velius comes along. You're not asked to Velius was not a leveling expansion, whereas Kunark very much was. Like, you could level in Kunark from 1 to 60. But Velius, while you could, and there definitely were zones, like, you know, Velk's Lab and the Tower and, I don't know, Greater Divide, whatever. KL, you could level in plenty of zones effectively. But the great thing about Velius was it ranked up the rating. I mean, Velius rating was... Kunark rating was great. Velius rating took it to another level, baby. Velius rating was next level. Between, you know, Avatar, Statue of Rallis Zek, Avatar, Idol, Avatar of War, and Kale. You got King Tormax until you got Tunair in Plane of Growth and having to clear through all the Plane of Growth. And then Temple of Ishan was insane. Just TOV was absolutely multiple wings in TOV, dozens of bosses in TOV, etc., etc. So the appeal of Kunark and Velius was it took what EverQuest started. You know, this 3D MMO, this you know, living, you're in our world now kind of mentality, just living out your fantasy dreams in this world. And it took it and it cranked it to the max in that era for that time. And there was literally nothing like it. And then Lucklin comes along, and Lucklin, by that point in time, you know, a changing of the guard had taken place. A lot of the original designers had left. You know, Verant and Sony at that point in time had heard a lot of feedback, a lot of complaints, a lot of frustration from players. Hey, it's hard to get around. Hey, we're sick and tired of dragons, which is, you know, not everyone was saying that. But my point being, when they made Lucklin, it was a very different game by design. And then they took that to an even more extreme in Pop. The fantasy element they kind of went back to like the gods instead of aliens. But, you know, that introduced Plane of Knowledge, which made traveling awesome. I mean, I've always been a fan of Plane of Knowledge because I love being able to get around more easily. Don't get me wrong, there's something quaint about boats and stuff like that, especially 30 years ago when we didn't know any better, we didn't have anything to compare it to. Nowadays, do I want to sit and wait around for a boat? No. Personally, absolutely not. I love Plane of Knowledge. I love being able to teleport around. But I understand there are people out there that think that the game is better for making you travel on foot or forcing you to explore the world. I totally understand that. I don't see it that way because I've been traveling not just Norath, but Azeroth and dozens of other worlds for decades now. I'm old, my legs hurt, my feet hurt. Let me teleport. You know? But anyways, that's kind of where my head goes with that question scrapped. Carnor's Castle and Kunark might be my favorite. See, for me, it's Old Seb, Bushy. I love KC. You want to hear something sad? Listen, I'm being serious when I say this. When it comes to Carnor's Castle, I started playing EQ in '99, as I've established many times over. My parents, for some reason, bought me the game. Subbed me to the game. I was a kid, and one morning, September 14th, 2002, if I'm remembering the date correctly, I was on an alt I was out front of Karnor's castle. I was leveling, and my dad had a heart attack and died. And I remember where I was, what I was doing. You know, it's one of those like very much, you know, cemented in my memory forever kind of an experience. And my friend was leveling with me, and of course I went AFK because of the chaos and the horror of the situation. And I eventually came back, and I typed in party chat, my dad just died. And he's like, what? And he called me, and he came and picked me up, and he took me to the hospital where they declared him dead and whatnot. And I'm not trying to get all super, you know, sorrowful on anyone, but yeah, Karnor's castle is definitely a standout zone for me for a very different reason. But Old Seb was my favorite zone to level in Kunark. Listen to people on the Discord, they act like everything past Velius is trash. It should be no. That's not how I feel, Scrapped. Listen, I loved Luckland for various reasons. I loved Pop for various reasons. I didn't really play much past Pop in terms of raiding. Like, I didn't really raid in Gates of Discord. I didn't really raid in Omens of War. But no, man, I loved what Luckland allowed us to do. I loved what Pop allowed us to do. I don't look at it that way at all personally. Thought Nexus was amazing being able to get around. Dude, Bazaar? Hello? Listen, man, as much as I love standing around EC tunnels, you know, trying to sell crap, I'd much rather just put it on a mule and sell it and move on with my life, you know? There's always a bit of give and take. You give up something to get something, you get something when you give it up, and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, you interact with people less whenever you throw something on a mule in the bazaar, but you get back to doing other things like raiding and running dungeons and playing alts and so on and so forth. I was playing Guild Wars 2 when I found out my dad died, and I could never go back and play Guild Wars 2 after that. Yep. I love raiding Omens, raiding Anguish for my Epic 2.0. Did Epic 2.0s come out in Omens? Oh, weren't there Epic 1.5s? Really? Omens of War was Epic 2.0? Am I correct? That's crazy. I don't remember that at all. I mean, I wasn't really heavily playing at that point. That was leading up to EQ2 and WoW, if I'm not mistaken, like a year or so within them launching, I think. Dude, I am just crushing these guys. This is nuts. I think I wonder when I get to Lower Guck here relatively soon, I wonder if I'm going to melody song like my dot songs as a bard, or am I just going to, I guess I can't really melody dot songs until like 38 or something anyway. But anyway, I wonder if I'll melody my dot songs, or am I just going to spam my undead nuke? Probably the latter. Probably my undead nuke. Needed the raid drop from Anguish to turn 1.5 into 2.0. When was 1.5? I thought Dragons of no, because Dragons of Norath came out. It was Gates of Discord, Omens of War, Dragons of Norath. Is that the chronological, the order, the timeline, whatever you want to call it? God, OW, Dawn. Dawn. It's so funny trying to explain. I think Omens had the 1.5 start. Yeah, I just don't remember. It's so funny trying to explain how, like, you look at World of Warcraft. Let's use TBC, the very first World of Warcraft expansion. The Burning Crusade was a huge expansion. You know, new planet. It's like 6 or 7 zones, whatever it is. Ton of raids, blah blah blah. And you look at Kunark, for instance, a ton of new zones, bunch of new raids, etc., etc. But nowadays, you know, you look at EverQuest expansions nowadays, and I equate it, and I'm not saying this is a 1-for-1, but I equate it like an EQ expansion is kind of like a tier and a half of WoW. And it was so hard over the years. People would ask me to compare the two games, and it was so hard trying to explain, like, okay, like, you know, if an expansion in WoW launches, you get a handful of new zones, you get a couple of new raids, but then as the expansion unfolds, you get typically a new zone or two and a new raid, and then the last big patch of a WoW expansion, you get another new zone and another new raid or something to that effect. So it's like EverQuest expansions in modern times are like big WoW patches, I suppose. And that kind of made it click for people. But dude, when Kunark came out, when Velius came out, Luckland, Pop, like those were expansions, you know? Legacy Cash on Lost Hunters in the North before Gates of Discord. That's right. I remember those little guys. They called them, I can't remember, didn't they call them something? They didn't call them full-blown expansions. Did they call them mini expansions? I don't remember what terminology they used. They did make it clear, like, hey, this is not like a huge expansion. This expands certain aspects of the game. This will introduce certain systems and whatnot. I just can't remember what they called them. Dude, I'll admit, I'm really enjoying this combo right now. I can see the appeal. I feel very sturdy. I'm about to get stunned. Dang, damn it, stupid stun. I feel sturdy. I feel healthy. I feel like I've got a decent amount of damage at my disposal. Come on, kill him! Kill him! Yay! Kill him! Oh man, not another priest. Dang damn it. Oh man, not a stun. Dang damn it. Don't stun me, bro. Don't stun me, dag nabbit. Alright, I'm gonna go check in with the wife and kids real quick. I have not seen I haven't seen my wife and kids all morning. It's 10:39 where I live, so I might make myself one more. I don't know, I've already had 2 cups of coffee. I probably shouldn't have a third. Or maybe I will, who knows. I'll make a 3rd cup of coffee. Just want to go see how they're doing. I'm sure they're fine. It's fine. No big deal. Alright, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. Let me feign death. Okay, I guess that worked. Okay, be right back. All right. I opted, everyone's fine, no worries. I opted not to make more coffee. Just because I just decided it wasn't worth it. No. My kids are like, Daddy, will you play Uno with me? All right, now I got Dark Elves to slay. And then undead frogs or something like that. Not now. Maybe later. Maybe. We'll see. I've been on for 5 hours now. That's nuts. Can't believe I jumped on so early. But glad I did. It's been fun hanging out with you guys today. I really appreciate everyone here. By the way, little shameless plug. My name is Brutal. Hi. I don't know if this is your first time or 100th time being here. I stream fairly regularly. I typically don't stream on Sundays. I'm usually a weekday streamer from like 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central, give or take. If you are enjoying yourself, if you want to watch more EverQuest Legends, if you enjoy hanging out, if you enjoy a community that's pretty laid back and chill and fun and, you know, geriatric, such as myself, then please feel encouraged to click that follow button. Go ahead and follow the channel. I typically don't bring up following that often because I don't like to, but I'm transitioning from being a WoW streamer to an EverQuest Legends streamer. And there's going to be a bit of rebuilding in terms of audience, viewership, that kind of stuff. So you'll hear me talk about this. You'll hear me ask people to follow more regularly than normal. And irregularly, I never talk about it. So thank you for your tolerance. How old are your kids? Mine keep asking me to play unhinged Roblox games. One's basically Dead by Daylight, but Peppa Pig. Oh god, man. Yeah, we've elected not to do the whole Roblox thing, just because it's a slippery slope and we don't trust people and all that fun stuff. Anyway, they're 6 and 9. They're a couple of goobers, that's for sure. Did you go back to WoW next season? Okay, so no. Here's the deal with here's the deal. Okay, here's the deal, Mr. Cross. I am not going to sit here and say that I'll never play WoW again. That's silly. I might eventually play the game again. Who knows? But I am like 99.99999% sure that I will never actively raid or do Mythic Plus again unless I am just really bored and or want the experience. Because as it stands, and I've made this perfectly clear over the past couple of weeks, I'm done with being on a schedule. I'm done with group group gameplay like Mythic Plus and raiding and whatnot. I just want to do things by myself, for myself, with myself. And a game like EQL is literally perfect for that. I can solo everything. If I want to group with people, I can. If I log on and someone says, "Hey, Brutal, you want to come pug D4 Nagafen?" Heck yeah, let's go, man. I can't kill D4 Nagafen on my own yet. Sure, why not? Let's do it. But if I'm not in the mood, or if I don't have the time, I won't have to feel bad about it. They're not going to be dependent on me. I'm not locked into a schedule, that kind of stuff, And that's the problem, quote unquote problem, with WoW or other MMOs, is that, your Mythic Plus, your Mythic ratings, your high level PvE is dependent on other people. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I'm not saying that's bad design. It's just not the design that speaks to me right now, Way more parental controls there than used to be. You can completely disable chat, voice, etc. Still not a batch of trees. Keep them up. Yeah. Hey, beautiful. Hit me. Yeah. Like on this?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like
I could even, you talking about like drill it into it. Yeah.
drill it in, and then it'd be the kind like these kinds. Or we could just take them off, put the paper rolls on there, put it back on the and take it down.
Right. What would she like? What would she be pressing on? Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, brainstorm. See what you come up with. Yeah. My wife popped in real quick. If you ever see me looking off to the side, typically my wife. If it's a kid, they're gonna run on camera. If it's my wife, she stays in the doorway because she doesn't want to be on camera. She doesn't want to be. She doesn't want to be seen by a bunch of weirdos, strangers. What are you calling a weirdo? Oh, that's what. If you ever see me looking off to the side, typically my wife. Exact same reason I've gotten into EQL. Fantastic. Same here, Pete. Same here, man. Again, and not to beat a dead horse. It's not that. I mean, I've said this a lot recently. I truly think that Midnight is the most recent WoW expansion. I truly think that the Midnight expansion is a great expansion. Right now, the first season of the expansion, the Mythic Plus dungeon pool, the changes they've made to Mythic Plus over the years leading up to this season, fantastic. The raids, there are 3 raids right now, 9 bosses. Great raids, you know, maybe not the best they've ever had, but perfectly fine, if not really good and really enjoyable raids. So it's not that the content is bad, it's just designed in a way, i.e. around grouping up and teaming up with other players, that just doesn't interest me anymore. See, there's the problem, Baller. I don't have friends. I don't have friends. It's too much work. I've slowed down quite a bit on grinding beta though, with it wrapping up soon. Yeah, I took a week off last week. I did not play all week last week. Took time off from Twitch, took time off from the game. But there are still things that I want to test. Like this class combo, for instance. I'm having a lot of fun with this class combo. It feels very sturdy, very strong. So I'm happy to see that, of course. Can I point out the irony that WoW, the former solo-friendly game, is now the group-based game, and EQ is gonna be the solo game? I know, right? Yeah, people often forget that when WoW launched, one of the selling points of World of Warcraft was, hey, we're solo-friendly. You come play WoW. There's no death penalty. There's no running back to get your corpse. You can play by yourself. No big deal. And of course, you know, the game, while that was true and still is true for WoW, by design, you're meant to run dungeons with players and, you know, raids with 40 people or 39 other people, I guess I should say. So, but yeah, you are absolutely right, Bushy Beard. Literally, one of the taglines of WoW was, man, come, leave EverQuest. You don't need to play that game anymore. Come play. You can level by yourself over here. You can play by yourself over here. You can explore by yourself over here. You don't need other people in the same way that you do in EQ. Of course not. I stopped playing EverQuest after Pop. Same. Well, I stopped raiding after Pop. I still played up to the release of EverQuest 2, though. Yeah, EverQuest is one of those games to where even though an expansion launched in 03, the Pop zones and the Pop raids were still good for players like me who weren't like god level gamers at the time. The gear was still good, the zones were still good, the zones were still fun, etc., etc. And that's one of the things I loved most about EverQuest is the fact that when Velius came out, Kunark raid targets were still viable raid targets. When Luckland came out, Vulak Air still dropped really good loot early on in the Luckland expansion and so on and so forth. It was just, I love the fact that a brand new expansion didn't immediately trivialize everything. Pause while after TBC and return for a bit with Legion. Haven't touched an MMO since then until now. Dude, Legion was goated. Legion was good, baby. Woo! Man, I could live in Legion. Good grief. Lincoln left and said main reason was Blizzard is stale, takes 0 chances, doesn't innovate anymore, and he's 110% right. Every new thing should... Yep, dude. Oh, 100% Color Toad. And don't get me wrong. I totally understand them just catering to their audience in that sense and not wanting to rock the boat, not wanting to reinvent the wheel. WoW has a formula that clearly works, etc., etc. And they do improve on things and they do iterate to some degree. But yeah, man, every expansion, it's a few new zones, maybe a new class or a new race, right? Maybe. And then you've got a raid, or in the context of Midnight, you know, a couple of raids now, which is nice. Few raids. And you kill your raid bosses. None of them are, you know, they're not... It's not that we've seen every raid mechanic, and maybe they combine a couple of new raid mechanics to make a pseudo new raid mechanic, but you know, we kind of understand what's already going on. And then, you know, crafting's been the same for the past few expansions, and then you get a 0.5 patch, or you even get a 0.0 patch, or whatever it is, or a 0.1 patch, or a 0.5 patch, or a 0.1 patch. And you get a ring, or you get a cloak, or you get a bracer, or you get a something, and it has like a proc ability. Maybe every couple of expansions somebody gets a really powerful weapon. Maybe it's a legendary, but it's very much, I mean, I'm going on and on and on, but it's very much a tried and true formula. And I totally agree with his assessment there. It's absolutely true. Blizzard does not really worry about, you know, making the latest and greatest MMO experience with WoW, because it takes time, it takes money, it takes effort, it takes a lot of brain power, it takes a lot of it's a big risk. It may not resonate with the player base, and so on and so forth. Now that said, to play devil's advocate, you look at you know, the patch that's about to come out. What is it, 1207? Is that right? And they're doing a little standalone raid encounter. That's cool. It's not that they don't ever try new things, or that they're not, you know, it's not that they don't ever have something new and exciting and fun to look forward to, but it's just not, it's like, you know, you look at Classic, moving from Classic to TBC to Wrath, even into Kata and Mop, those are very different experiences. For better or for worse. I'm not saying it was better per se, it was in some ways, but then you look at things like Dragonflight, into the War Within, into Midnight. Those are the last 3 expansions, right? It's basically the same expansion, 3 expansions in a row, with minor improvements, quality of life improvements, minor changes, etc., etc. And again, pros and cons. You get some stuff and you give up some stuff by designing a game that way, designing a live experience that way, a live service game. And an argument can be made that it's better one way over the other from either side of the aisle, you know? Can't wait to play on July 1st. Thinking of playing Monk, Shaman, Bard. Worried not having to choose. Yeah, Antec, I will say, and I am not trying to deter you or to rain in your parade. As somebody who hit level 50 today as a Monk, Paladin, Bard, certainly I felt fairly tanky. I felt fairly safe. Leveling was not a problem. But if you're planning on soloing raids, then that's something to keep in mind. Like, if you don't have a raid ready combo, then it may not be as fun as you want it to be, or as approachable as you want it to be. I'm playing this combo, Bard, Cleric, Shadow Knight, because it's supposedly a fairly good raiding combination. We'll see about that. But just something to keep in mind. You'll be able to level, no problem. You'll be able to raid with your friends with that combo, no problem. Solo raiding? Can you solo raid like a tier 0? Probably, yeah. Tier 1? Maybe. Tier 2 and above? Probably not. I could be wrong, and that's why I'm being cautious. That's why I'm saying, take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm not saying I'm right or anything like that. It's just something to consider, something to think about, you know? Like, I want to be a monk, but I was very unimpressed with the monk leveling up. Feign death, strikes, kicks, you know, all that stuff is awesome. I love it, big fan of it, but it didn't really bring as much to the table as, say, a berserker or a rogue, in my opinion. The damage just wasn't there. And we're packed forever due to Legacy, Akesh, and Lost Dungeons of Norath, and Open War came out, and it was one of the most hardcore expansions ever released. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right, God. Yeah, you're right, Iteron. You're absolutely right. All the all catch-up event type things, there's like 2 to 3 every patch, and it's all the same. Give me Guild Wars 3? I don't know, man. Listen, if Guild Wars 3 comes out, and they're like, hey, you want to raid? And you can solo, no problem, then sure. Sure. But if Guild Wars 3 comes out and they're like, hey, if you want to raid, you got to raid with 12 other people. No, thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, but no thanks. Been there, done that. Pass. All the incoming changes, I wouldn't worry too much. A lot of the classes that feel super strong right now are only because they're being compared to classes that have received their big changes already, yeah. I mean, Pete, I think that's a great point. You know, we're still, what, 5 weeks? Wait. 6. Yeah, we're still 6 weeks out from launch. So I'm sure they'll continue iterating leading up to launch, and obviously they'll tune and iterate post-launch, of course. But yeah, that's a good point. Is knights, you know, SKs and paladins feel really good right now because they were recently buffed to high heaven, you know? You're getting shut down? I'm sorry, what's going on, Davey? Necromancer, Shaman, Ranger. That's an interesting build. What does that build even specialize in? I'm one of the Ascension guys. Ascension, is that a WoW server? Like a WoW emulated server, is that right? I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, forgive me. Private server, 335 base vanilla world. When you say you're one of the guys, you mean like you're one of the developers of the of Ascension? That's cool. Blizzard filed. That's not cool. Yeah, you know, I'm not that. Oh, you're just one of the players. Is that what you're saying? You know, uh-oh, this isn't good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm going for it, man. I'm going for it. Oh, crap. Look. Oh, my God. Look how many NPCs I have on my... whatchamacallit here. I don't have my undead nuke loaded. Let's see how this goes. There's one. Now remember, I do not have Mend. I do not have Lay on Hands. Let's see what we got here. Why am I doing AoE? Hey, serious question. Why am I doing AoE damage to these guys? What the heck am I doing that's doing AoE damage? This is a single target life tap, right? What the heck am I doing? How am I doing AoE damage? Oh, maybe it's my Bard dots. Derp. I have 2 Bard AoE dots. I guess they're hitting that hard. Dude, this combo's sick. Did you see that? Holy moly, man. Get wrecked, nerds. Anyway, yeah, Davey, to go back to what you were saying, I'll catch up on chat here. Forgive me, everyone, for taking a break to try not to die here. I'm at a point now, especially after THJ. I just emulated servers are risky business. A lot of them are getting shut down, you know, with WoW Classic Plus presumably on the horizon, with EQL having, you know, Daybreak shutting down THJ, and then, you know, some of the other ones going into agreement with Daybreak. Like for me, emulated servers are just a risk, and fun as they may be, I just don't think I'll play an emulated server anytime soon. My theory, ... and face tank with pen buffs. I like it, Wuxtree, yes. What do you think about Game John bringing some of the class identity from early EQ2 over to EQL? Clerics specialized in reactive heal, shamans getting awards, things of that nature. You know, Iteron, I can't say for sure what the outcome of that will be. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be good, fun, etc. You know what? Let's see if I can kill these guys. Here we go. I don't know if that's going to be good, fun, etc. That's a great question. I didn't play EQ2 enough. I played it for a whopping 6 months, so I remember very little about it. But I didn't play it enough to say whether or not something like what you're describing will be good for this game. I will say I don't mind them mixing it up. I don't mind them trying something new and making this its own experience. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need or even necessarily want EverQuest Legends to be EverQuest. I like the idea that this is its own unique thing, and you know, maybe not everything works, but maybe it does work, you know? I don't know. You're fun getting shut down? Yeah, that sucks, man. Team up with Turtle WoW and make a new MMO. Yeah. Can you adjust the floating combat text? You can, Scrap. Yeah, so if you go here, interface, combat text. So right here, you can scale the font scale. You can also change the velocity, the angle, the gravity. So how fast, you know, where it's going, how fast it's moving. And then of course you can also change the color of it, so you can differentiate it that much better. So yes, you can. You can also turn it completely off. You don't have to have it on. For the record.
For the record.
Necromancer, Shaman, Ranger, my theory, ... face tank with fast buffs with a mob melts, then heal myself. I mean, do it, Wuxtree. Do it! I wish Blizzard would learn from Ascension, but they're just wanting to hide it, and Classic Plus will suck. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things to where player-made content typically always feels better, looks better, plays better, because they're not beholden to the same, not standard isn't the right word, but there's not as much red tape to go through. You know, a company like Blizzard, they've got shareholders, and that means that their game design is going to be different than what it would be, you know, if you didn't have to worry about making money. And it's just the nature of the beast, man. I totally understand the frustration. It sucks. I'd like to see Reptile for Druid. I feel like THJ had something like that, but I don't remember what it was. I don't blame Blizzard, it's their IP. We all knew going in that they had a chance to be gone after they were up for 10 years though. I just wish they'd put a lot of what Ascension did in Classic Plus, but I personally feel like Blizzard has done the bare minimum when it comes to anything Classic. Just wants to print money. I mean, well, in all fairness, Davey, while you are probably right, no one publicly, to my knowledge, knows what Classic Plus is yet or what it's bringing to the table. You're probably right, but, you know, gotta wait and see kind of a thing. Dang! Look at this two-hand Shadow Knight weapon. Is that Kilndorn? Is that how you pronounce that? Kilndorn, the Blood Drinker, a 56. It's a +5. 56, 43, Strength Int. And then what's this Exaltation does a siphon effect. Siphons 80 HP. Dude, that is a sick weapon. What is that? Sky? I have no idea where that drops. Sky? Oh yeah, Sky. Yeah, that is sick. I want my build specifically to be a Dark Elf Ranger. Yeah, you don't need me. Like, I don't use Mage Hunter. Is that a stance? No, I'm using offense stance for damage purposes right now. Like, I don't feel like Mage Hunter is all that important for leveling unless you're really getting hit hard by a bunch of casters. I'm not saying I'm right. It's just that that's just not what I use. I don't use it now. Da da dum 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 da da do 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 do. Let's go kill what is this? What's the space up here? Assassin or something like that? This part of EverQuest Legends is the exaltation stuff. Gonna be some sick weapon combos. Yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Just learning about the stances, no bait access yet, so I'm trying to figure out before I get in. Yeah, I definitely think that one of the great things about this game and games like it is that there are, you know, 10,000 different avenues to get to where you want to go. So if you want to prioritize mitigating damage, do it. Like if I turned on defense stance instead of offense stance, cool, man. Now I'm going to take way less damage. I'm gonna stay way healthier, and sure, things may die a little more slowly, but they'll still die. If I could, you know what? Here, I could pull up my. Never mind. I was gonna say I could pull up the EQ log parser and see where my damage breakdown is, like how much my melee swings are versus how much my bard dots are taken for, and so on and so forth. But whatever. I don't care. My point is, like, if you wanted to do it one way or the other, do it. Do it. Do it. I forgot about the log parser. Lol. Wow, it's been a while. Yep. My recommendation: figure out what your primary is. The rest will fall in place as you figure out what you like and don't. Yeah, I agree with that.
I concur.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hey, look, we're almost 29. Pretty sure we got nothing new here, right? Yep. Nothing new here at level 29. Nothing too crazy. 30, I get Foofles. That's a good one. I get a new heal. I do get a new pet, but I'm not summoning a pet right now. Ooh, I get a new life tap. That's nice. Siphon life. I get amp, but I don't use amp. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so I definitely feel a big loss of damage by being in defense instead of offense. So my melee, it looks like my melee swings come into play quite a bit. But again, I'm not going to pull up logs. I don't care. I don't care about logs right now. I'm hoping Berserker Monk. I'm torn between Cleric for sustain or Shaman for hate, slow, and sustain going. Yeah, Neapolitan. I just dropped my Monk. I hit 50. And I dropped my Monk. I swapped to Bard as my main. Because Bard, you know, fits with so much right now and does so much right now. And that's not to say that I hate my Monk. I love my Monk. But it just doesn't bring enough to the table right now, IMO. Hopefully they get a little, there's a pass. Like they do a pass on the Monk, you know, maybe increase their damage a little bit. Maybe give them a little something, you know what I mean? Because right now I just feel like there are better, like for instance, let's say you went Berserker Monk Shaman, okay? Great. That's gonna be, you know, plenty of damage for soloing and so on and so forth. Or you could go like Shaman SK Berserker and be 10 times better, or Shaman Paladin Berserker and be 10 times better. Like I just don't, and I'm not trying to say you can't play the game the way that you want, you can't enjoy what you want and so on and so forth. Of course you can, right? Of course. But Yeah, man, I'm just not impressed by monks right now. And that's coming from someone who A, loves monks, and B, played a heck of a lot of monk over the past couple of weeks in multiple different combos and such. Let's pretend you have a life tap proc on your dual wield weapons. Would Striker Stance make this proc more? I don't know. What does Striker Stance do again? That's just your like extracurricular activities, right? Like your backstabs, your kicks, your strikes. Does that affect proc? I don't know the answer to that question. That's a good question. Walkstree. Monk needs a Claw Striker. I don't know what Claw Striker is. I didn't play Monk and Omens. I had an alt, but I didn't really play him. Dun, dun, dun. Shaman and Druid are getting adjustments soon. For the healing, I think Shaman will end up being legit to pair with Zerker, Monk, but I'd keep an eye on patching those up until release. Yeah. I hope they do, Neapolitan. I really do. Yeah, Striker doesn't change procs. Okay. I didn't think so, but I didn't want to assume. Uh-oh. Hello, friends. How do you do? Greetings. I feel like Harm Touch. I know Harm Touch was recently changed, but I feel like Harm Touch is a bit lacking. Not good. You know what I mean? Lay on Hands is goated. Like, I love having Lay on Hands, and I do miss it. I definitely miss it, but I just don't know if it's worth having a Paladin in place of a Shadow Knight in this build. I don't like the redundancy that Cleric and Paladin bring to the table. I think you would probably get like a Brel's buff and then your Instrument of Knife, if I'm remembering correctly. But you don't get any life taps, of course. But yeah, I don't know. The cool thing is my Paladin is level 50, so when I get this guy to 50, I can mix and match and test and yeah, be good to go. Be good to go. I need to actually get my buffs back up. Let me check. When was the last buff I got? It was Guard at 25. I can actually, even though I don't want to go actually load my buffs real quick. Dun 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 dun. Let's go in quick buff. Go Bum, and then a 30. Again, a 30 I get Foofles, which is nice. And get rid of Bruscos. That doesn't do anything. And then I can pick up... Oh,
it's donation time. Well, well, well. Look who's celebrating Donation Day. Guess what? It's you. Okay?
I also love tacos. Thanks for the entertainment today.
Hey man, you are more than welcome. If you guys ever feel like donating, which thank you so much, Walkstree, that is incredibly kind of you. Don't forget you can attach clips in case you want to, you know, watch a funny video or showcase an old, you know, EverQuest video or something like that. You are more than welcome to attach clips as you see fit. Thank you so daggum much, Walkstree. I am incredibly appreciative of anyone subbing, donating, so on and so forth. Very generous of you. Thank you. Oh man, Claw Strikers was a 4-hit attack that hit like a truck. It was on a 40-second cooldown. The line continued till this. Wow, still continues to this day. That's cool. I didn't know that, obviously. I don't have any of those clips, however, I do peddle clips for a Star Citizen channel. I know nothing about Star Citizen. I just know that it's raised something like, what, $1 billion? Is that right? Which, oh, I'm in the wrong stances, dag nabbit. I'm like, why am I dying? This isn't good. I'm in danger. Oh no, I'm in danger. One day they'll release Squadron 42 and we'll rejoice. Squadron 42 next year. Yeah, Squadron 42. Big fan. Can't wait. Really looking forward to it, you know? Good stuff. Ooh, that was scary. I was in the wrong stances there initially and was not doing myself any favors. Well, Walk Street, congrats on being today's latest donor and top donor. Your generosity is genuinely appreciated. Your genuine generosity. Okay, now that I'm almost dead, I can't wait to get to promised renewal. Is that what it's called? When do is that like 38 or something like that? Let's see. Yeah, 39, excuse me. I get that at 39. That'll be quite nice. Dum da dum. And like I said, at 30, what am I getting at 30? You goober, will you please drop into your recovery lane? 30, I'm trying to keep in mind what I get. 30, I get a new tap. I get a new heal. New tap, new heal. Okay. Bum, 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 ba-da-da. Alright, cool. Cool. Can I take these 4 guys on at the same time? Maybe? Heal myself up real quick. Let's do this. Get kicked. You know, I'm gonna swap to a wizard here. Just so I can avoid the nukes a little bit longer. Love the game, but I do admit it's a struggle fest sometimes. So yeah, what's the point? Is it it's a single player game? What is Star Citizen? I know nothing about the game other than, again, it's raised like $1 billion or whatever. Nice, very nice. I'm telling you, dude, I have to admit, class is a lot of fun. Or this combo, I should say, is a lot of fun. Just feeling sturdy, feeling strong. Real good. Let's go up here to these guys. Oh, never mind. I thought they had spawned already. They hadn't. Never mind. I can't even imagine how brain dead, simple, and strong this is going to be when these guys aren't deep red cons. Like, if I'm having this, if things are this easy when they're red, like deep red, this is going to be nuts when I hit 40, 45, let alone, you know, above 45. This is wild. And then when I get, oh my god, when I get katas, I can sing katas. I'll crank my dex through the roof. I'll be proccing my life taps that much more often and regularly. It's gonna be nuts. Oh, I have, oh no, I have 3 moms on me. This is not good. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm gonna go and drop in a defense stance. Why not, right? Let's defense stance it. We'll heal up real quick. Trying to get the wizard out of the way first. Like a sandboxy sci-fi do what you want game, cons, long production. They have very lofty aspirations. The pledge store is controversial. Pros, really ambitious. Screenshot simulator. You do basically what you want, and you do a lot solo. But you don't have to be solo. Some content you want neither interesting. Screens of Death coming up too. That one's fun. I don't know what that is. What Screams of Death, Pete? This is totally off subject, but it's sort of kind of on subject. Is anyone else out there an avid reader? My wife and I love to read. Her a little bit more than me. I game a little bit more than she does, and she reads a little bit. Well, she reads a lot more than I do, but I game a lot more than she does. But we both love a good book. But the reason why I ask is, speaking about sci-fi, my favorite book series is the Bobiverse book series by Dennis E. Taylor. I stinking love that book series. I don't know if anyone else out there reads it or listens to Ray Porter read the, do the audiobook narration for it. Oh, look, one more kill and I ding. How exciting, yay. But man, AoE Vampiric Embrace, get out of here, holy moly. But I stinking love that book series. And it's very sci-fi. It is a sci-fi series, and it's very good in my opinion. Very much a fan of it. I'm currently in the middle of Red Rising, not the first Red Rising. I'm on the 5th Red Rising book. I'm currently listening to that on audiobook. Actually, graphic audio, where like they do the voice acting and stuff. I'm listening to that right now. That's fun. I just got done reading Alien Clay by Adrian Tchaikovsky, I think is his name. I don't know if anyone's read that book, Alien Clay, that came out 2 or 3 years ago. That's also the author who did the Children of Memory, Children of Time, Children of something or other. There's like 3 or 4 books in that series. I've read 3 of them. Yeah, Bobiverse, yeah. Yeah, Bobiverse, Bob, like the name Bob, Bobiverse. It's about a guy named Bob Johansson. And long story short, so it's like a 5-book series, and I think there are 2 more coming out before he wraps them up. Cronu, that's my favorite. But long story short, in the first book, this is not much of a spoiler because this is literally the entire point of the book. In the first book, Bob dies, but before he dies, he agrees to have his I'm trying to remember. It's been a few years since I read the first book, but I think it was something to the effect of he agrees to have his body or his brain cryogenically frozen or something to that degree, with the hope and intention of being brought back to life whenever technology allowed his brain to be rebooted or something. So I can't remember the super specifics, but ultimately he becomes a what do they call it? Oh, what is it? I'm trying to remember the term they use, but he eventually becomes like a computer, but he still thinks very much like a human being, and he eventually gets to explore a replicant. He's a replicant, as they call in the first book, replicant, and he's able to replicate himself, and so he makes copies of himself and he explores the universe. And there's so much to it. I'm doing a horrible job as someone who's trying to evangelize the book series. I'm doing a horrible job evangelizing it, but man, it is a phenomenal book series, and it's so well crafted, and the audiobook is 1000% worth listening to. The book itself is great, but the audiobook is phenomenal. Ray Porter, I think is the gentleman's name. He's the voice, the narrator for Project Hail Mary and some other popular books. That's also another incredible book, is Project Hail Mary, of course. Ding! Level 30! The first book is called, I think, We Are Legion, We Are Bob, or something like that. I'll look it up for you real quick, hold on. Here, I'm just gonna link you a Goodreads to it. Yeah. So, again, if you can find it on audiobook anywhere, it's genuinely one of those situations to where if you can listen to it on the audiobook, listen to it on audiobook. Reading it is great. Reading it is fantastic. It's a great read, but the audiobook is phenomenal. Hey Frosty, good morning. Oh yeah, Dungeon Crawler Carl. I haven't started that series yet, but that's next on my list for sure. Ooh, MDI, how exciting. Yay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just hit 30. Whoa, look out. I have been with you for the past 6 hours. I rarely stream on a Sunday. This was completely out of the blue for me. I just wanted to. My wife, bless her heart, allowed me to. She's a sweetheart. I'm gonna host Variety Void. I'm gonna raid Variety Void, I should say. If you want to continue watching somebody play EverQuest Legends, then please enjoy that experience. I have got to get out of here. I will be back tomorrow. Real quick, if you have not followed the channel and you have enjoyed this experience, please feel encouraged to follow the channel. I would love to have you here for future streams, which will be tomorrow. I'll be back online tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. Typically Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central. Yeah, use that Prime, baby. Woo! But thank you guys for being here. And Wuxtree, thank you so much for the donation. And thank you guys for just hanging out and having fun. I genuinely appreciate your camaraderie and your being here. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and raid Variety Void. Get out of here. Well, actually, wait, don't get out of here. What am I saying? Don't get out of here. Stick around for Variety Void. I'll be back tomorrow. My name's Brutal. Click the follow button. Discord can be found below. YouTube can be found below. I'll be generating some EQL content on YouTube very, very soon. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. And thank you again for being here. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Be safe. Oh, wait. I clicked raid, but it didn't work yet. Hold on. This is embarrassing. 10 seconds of me just staring at the screen. Hold on. All right, get out of here. Love you. Bye.